Αυτό είναι αλήθεια και αυτό εξαρτάται και από τον κάθε έναν. Γιατί αυτό όταν είναι ο καθένας σπίτι του, η αλληλεπίδρασή του μπορεί να είναι πάρα πολύ αργή, γιατί η σύνδεσή του είναι πολύ αργή. Άμα είσαι κάπου κεντρικά, εσύ δηλαδή εκεί που μεταδίδεις και έχεις, ας πούμε, όπως έχουμε τώρα στο σχολείο, οπτική ίνα και μεταφέρεται αυτό το πράγμα, εμάς η αλληλεπίδρασή μας είναι πάρα πολύ μεγάλη, αλλά είναι βαρύ, έτσι, παραμένει βαρύ, δεν άλλαξε δηλαδή κάτι.
Πώς πήγε το opening χθες?
Καλά ήταν, δεν είχαμε... Δεν είχαμε έτσι παράπονο, όλα στην ώρα τους κύλησαν, νομίζω όλα καλά. Οπότε θα αρχίσουμε σε 3 λεπτά. Αν θέλεις μπορείς να μοιραστείς την οθόνη σου και θα σου κάνω το intro σε 2 λεπτά. Ξεκινάμε.
Είναι εντάξει, το βλέπετε?
Ναι, μια χαρά. Θα γυρίσω στα αγγλικά τώρα. Luca, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
We will start in 2 minutes with our keynote.
Okay.
So, good morning. Welcome to the second day of the Eden Open Classroom Conference 2020. The conference is focusing on the concept of open school, an environment that is able to transmit at different wavelengths and offering to students unique opportunities for learning. And also it offers a unique environment for teachers to work and develop their creative projects. The second day, we will start with our keynote speaker, Professor Demetrios Samson from University of Piraeus. He's going to speak for a very crucial element of the open schooling environment, of the school environment in principle, about data literacy and how, especially during the times of COVID, can support remote teaching. Professor Samson, you have the floor. Thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the conference once more. Actually, I think it's my third invitation in this conference, so I will become probably a regular and honorary keynote speaker of the conference, and I really appreciate every opportunity to do that. I keep receiving these notifications, so but probably they don't appear in your screen, hopefully. So the topic that I will like to discuss with you today is the need for educational data literacy as it has emerged from the current situation, the emergency remote teaching. I'll give a small introduction on my view of the issues as they have been developed with the health emergency crisis. And then I'll talk about the need for educational data literacy a little bit deeper. So during the COVID-19, almost all educational institutions, both K-12 schools, colleges, universities, but even also professional development training centers around the globe, they have adopted what we call now in literature emergency remote teaching in order to be able to cope with this public health emergency. Basically, teaching has moved online in a very rapid and probably not very systematic way. The interesting thing is that this happened basically at a very large scale for the very first time at a global scale all over the world. We had occasions where emergency teaching happened online in the past through shutdowns of physical facilities, like in earthquakes, for example, or in civil wars. But this was based on a small case in a short period instances. Now we have a much more global and a situation that has actually lasted for a very long time, in my view, and apparently it's going to last a little bit longer too. So I'll start with a few lessons that we have learned out of this experience, and I have organized the lessons that we've learned in 5 different dimensions: the dimension of the curriculum, of the pedagogy that we are using in school education, on the means and the technology that can support our teaching and learning, on the assessment of and for learning, and finally on leadership and policies. In relationship with the curriculum, COVID has created this emergent need for temporary access to teaching at a global scale. But things that we can learn out of it is basically the issues related with the internationalization of the curriculum, the fact that this is now a global problem, a problem that is we are facing not only in certain parts of the world, but around the globe. It's a very good opportunity for a better understanding of the problems being global, and the effect in the curriculum is actually the need for internationalizing the curriculum, making the curriculum more open to the global perspectives of the current and future social challenges and issues. The other dimension related to the curriculum is the experience of the students and their parents being required, so to speak, to work and study completely online, brings the issue of educating these young children as smart citizens of the future, make them even more aware of what the situation with let's say smart technologies or smart cities will be in the future, and get them engaged in a rather crude way at the moment, but in a realistic way on the facilities that are offered through such services, buying online, communicating online, even learning online. Although this looks a little bit odd and strange for school education at the moment, it also creates an opportunity for all these children, all these students, to become aware of competencies that they will need to use in the future in their adult life as lifelong learners, for example. And in that matter also, it prepares young children and our youth to become more effective thinkers and also more ethical global citizens in the sense of all these ethical responsibilities that are coming with the new situation. This is related with the curriculum. When we move to the pedagogy, the issues that I can probably highlight is that we can all think that traditional lecture-based teaching strategies are probably not the only way of doing things. I know that the most innovative teachers and educators are already doing that, but the opportunity of teaching at a global scale now, using technology, it generates a global awareness at a very large scale of other strategies that combine both, let's say, the physical classroom and the online tools, such as the course management systems that we can use, and make them more aware of strategies related with flipped classroom, for example. It also makes lots of educators around the world to rethink their role and make them more aware of their role as facilitators of their students' learning, spending less teaching time for lecturing and more time for feedback, for scaffolding, for guidance of individual students. And finally, it also supports students in developing skills, metacognitive skills and learning skills that will be extremely useful for them in both at university life, but also in their professional life as autonomous, self-regulated learners that they can define, they can control the environment. So these are the opportunities related with the pedagogies as they emerge from the current situation. And when it comes to the technologies, I think that we are at the online access to teaching has unlocked to a very large scale existing technologies that they were there, but they were used in a very small scale and technologies that are related both with the online access to educational resources, digital resources in multiple forms. And we've seen, for example, now things that are related to the agenda, for example, of the Open Classroom project, that they are taking the floor in a very large scale challenge today. But also technologies that can facilitate educational activities such as online forums, discussions, collaborations, experiments with remote and virtual laboratories. Yesterday you had the opportunity, for example, to have an astronomy night virtually, online visit in museum exhibitions or other remote locations, and integrate all this in an online innovative teaching and learning environment supported with appropriate pedagogical strategies. So basically, in relationship with the technology, the message I want to bring is that existing technologies are now unlocked and are used from a much more wide audience than it was in the past. When it comes to the assessment of and for learning, the crisis has created the opportunity for all of us to rethink the traditional paper and pencil exams from being the ultimate instrument for the assessment of students and learning and students' performance, and to start appreciating more the need for a balance between the formative and summative assessment towards an enhanced way of assessing learning, mainly learning assessment for learning over assessment of learning. So basically giving more space to formative assessment method strategies rather than summative assessment strategies. And also consider alternative assessment strategies based on technologies and methods that they were around for a long time, like the e-portfolios, which have been recognized as a more authentic way of assessing learning and performance, but they have been neglected in the past because of the small difficulties and complexity that they might have. But now they are coming back as a reliable alternative way, since paper and pencil exams are a bit more difficult nowadays to implement. And finally, when it comes to leadership and policies, it gives an opportunity to rethink issues related with the performance evaluation of schools. For example, consider the level of digital readiness of schools as autonomous educational institutions. I give the example of CEFI here. So one of the opportunities here is that schools have now had the opportunity to self-assess themselves, how well prepared were to respond to this crisis as independent institutions, as autonomous educational institutions, compared with the previous situation. So all these issues that I referred to, they call for capabilities for competencies related with education, the use of educational data. And this use of educational data is becoming a core competence, not only for educators and educational leaders, but also for students and learners, for all the reasons that can be implied from the introduction that I've made in the different dimensions of that have influenced, have been influenced by the current situation. So I'll go through this topic a little bit in more detail, saying, for example, that educators have a very good understanding of their student needs when they interact with them daily in the classroom or in the laboratory. And still, even in physical classrooms, educators would like to be able to discover more and personalize their teaching for each one of their students, being able to do what we call or refer to as differentiated instruction. However, it is considered a challenge to do that when teaching and learning moves from the physical classroom to the online virtual space, and from small groups of students to more massive audiences, like in a MOOC, for example. So the message here is that although there is a great demand for personalized learning and personalized feedback, guidance to individual students, which means that there is a great demand for us to be able to understand our individual students in a very detailed and elaborate way, having very good student profiles. Typically in face-to-face teaching, the educators are doing that by interacting with their students almost daily in classrooms and laboratories. When we move online, this type of connection is lost. And many of educators, they're feeling uncomfortable by losing this type of connection. On the other hand, online teaching and learning is basically supported by systems, by tools, such as Moodle, that they handle the different type of activities that we can do online. We typically call these course or learning management systems. And the reality is that in order to be able to have effective online and blended teaching, we need to update our professional competencies compared to the ones that we have assumed at the traditional face-to-face education and training programs. So One of the recent advancements in online and blended learning is actually the educational data analytics, basically the use of educational data, which are generated during teaching and learning, including the assessment of activities of the students, in order to be better, to be able to better support the individual students in online and blended courses. And as a result, most of the course management systems also, for example, Moodle, they incorporate educational data analytics tools. Unfortunately, these tools are not widely used, mainly because of the low educational data literacy competencies of the professionals that are called to use them, being educators or instructional designers, trainers, or leaders. As a result, my claim is that we need to enhance the core competencies of educators with the dimension of educational data literacy for basically for all the professionals in education. As educational data literacy, we call the ability to be able to understand and use the data effectively in order to inform educational and pedagogical decisions. And they are related with a core competence set that help us locate, collect, analyze, understand, interpret, and act upon educational data from different sources in order to support the improvement of teaching, learning, and assessment process. This is a figure that summarizes the core competencies related with data literacy for educators. Usually people ask what educational data are. Educational data are data that are representing all aspects of teaching and learning, including profiling and interaction data, often between students, teachers, and the learning environment. I'll skip this and I'll go directly to my final slide, Sophocles, so you don't get anxious with the time. If you are interested in getting more familiar with this topic, with educational data literacy, as part of the academia industry project funded by the European Commission through Erasmus Plus, the Knowledge Alliance program, we have developed a MOOC, which is called Learn to Analyze, through this project that's called Learn to Analyze, that helps in the development of different aspects of data literacy competencies. I'll leave the slides with Sophocles to upload to the conference program or proceedings. The course, which is called Learn to Analyze Educational Data and Improve Your Blended and Online Teaching, combines theory of educational data use with practice, how to use tools in different platforms, including the Moodle platform, and leads to a free to get the certification of achievement in educational data literacy. We have run already last year this MOOC with 2,500 enrollments from more than 80 countries, so it went beyond the European Union. And that has led to a certification of achievement for educational data literacy level A for more than 1,000 people who got this certificate eventually. We will rerun this MOOC from January 21. It has and it is an enhanced version with gamified design and also with the peer project-based assessment that creates a new certificate of level B in relationship with the ability of to demonstrate that you can use educational data and you have reached a level B achievement of educational data literacy. This is the team who is working in this project. You can get more information about this project here and the MOOC. And for those who are very keen to get to know a little bit more today, and they can't wait until January, I have a MOOC on analytics for the educational data analytics, basically for the classroom teacher, as part of the edX platform. This is in English, obviously, from my time at Curtin University. It still runs since October 2016. It has more than 20,000 enrollments since then from all over the world, and it becomes again very popular nowadays because of the crisis. So this is another place where you can get more information or even get training on this topic, the educational data literacy topic. So hopefully, I think I spent my 20 minutes, and I'm happy to receive questions if there's still time for that.
Thank you so much for the presentation and this very useful, let's say, response to the current and the current situation that education is facing. The fact is that working so many years in the field, and also for me following your great work, I believe that there are numerous tools and approaches available. The fact is how we can use them in the most effective way in order to get the best results and continue offering some quality services to students and to teachers in this period. So this is, I think, the major challenge. Is also related with the discussion we had before about Second Life application, that it is an old tool introduced in the new setting, still offering some valuable contribution to the overall environment. So Nikos is receiving the questions through the YouTube channel. So I don't know if there are specific questions to our keynote speaker, Nikos. If there are no, we can start.
There are no questions.
No questions. Okay, thank you, Nikos. And we can proceed to the first to the morning session of the conference. We are going to discuss the open schools as learning ecosystems concept, and we have four speakers to cover different aspects of this let's say open schooling environment. First, we will describe, let's say, the policy aspect as it is represented by the European Educational Policy Network, coordinated by the European School Heads Association, a very large policy action that is currently running. Then we will see a tool that has been developed really to monitor the progress and the school development in this framework. And Menelaos Sotiriou is working the last 3 or 4 years in this direction, and he's going to present his experiences. Then we will have an example on how students can be involved in social innovation, which is a core. This is the idea in the core, let's say, approach of open schooling. And we close the morning session with the parental engagement issue. In the open school environment, parents have a very important and very crucial role, especially the moment of the pandemic. The role of parents is really even more important, and it has to be highlighted. So we will have the last presentation of the morning session on this issue. So this is a short intro to our session this morning. It is a great pleasure to welcome Esther Salomon from the European School Heads Association, coordinator of the European Educational Policy Network, the policy action that is currently running. And if I'm not mistaken, Esther, this year the focus is on the digital competencies of the schools, of the teachers, and of course on the school leaders, the thematic area of your network. So I believe that this is very much related with the overall framework of this event. So Esther, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen, and I would like to apologize. There are some builders outside, and I may have some noises. Hopefully it will not disturb the presentation too much. Indeed, in the second year, we are tackling digital age challenges, a little bit broader context than digital competencies of teachers and school leaders. But first, I would like to share information about the network itself. Then I will highlight the outcomes of the first year of the network's work because it has several elements that are relevant also for the open schooling context. And I will finish with what we have just started doing in the second year. Before I start, let me say, reacting on the previous presentation, that when we use the word educator, and this is why we have a good reason why we have in the title teachers and school leaders. When we use the title educators, we also include other educators like parents, like people working in non-formal environment. So I think that in the previous presentation, we heard about professional educators. And well, you can also say that what we are doing is also focusing on the professional educator group. The European Education Policy Network on Teachers and School Leaders is currently a network of 30 partners from 19 European countries, 17 are EU countries, and 2 are Serbia and Norway. We bring together school stakeholders, policymakers, and researchers. And well, EA is a member of this network, and also Parents International, who will present at the end of this session. Every year, we are gathering research input from these partners on current practices, policies, and research. And out of that, first we try to establish a context. We analyze, choose and then analyze examples, and then we try to give advice to policymakers. This advice takes the final format of policy recommendations that are presented to various levels of policy, because the aim of our network is promoting cooperation, policy development and implementation at different governance levels. Basically, the reason why the network was established was to support the European Commission's policymaking on teachers, school leaders, and also on the wider educational context. And we're also trying to highlight existing activities, especially things that have been financed by European money through different European funding schemes like Erasmus Plus or Horizon 2020, to ensure that these will be upscaled and mainstreamed as much as possible. In the first year that ended in 2019, we had a little bit of a hiatus because of COVID. We were focusing on teacher and school leader careers, basically trying to find ways to make the careers more attractive. We were focusing both on recruitment and retention. The main challenges that have been identified, and we were trying to find good practices, inspiring practices to counteract them, were shortages. Well, all of these are very much impacting open schooling activities. Shortage, very early leaving the profession after an average of 5 years, demotivation, which has been a huge problem. Probably the current online challenges gave a bit of motivation to people, but at the same time, we face burnout in large proportions of the teaching population. Also, in many countries, teachers have a low social status. There is an issue about inadequate salaries as compared to other professions with similar levels of education and importance for the whole of society. Also, professional development needs and daily work support needs are often not met. And these all lead to a general issue of how to maintain and increase the quality and inclusion in education, because, well, at the end of the day, our main aim is what has been defined by Sustainable Development Number 4, quality, inclusive education and lifelong learning provisions for all. The research we've done identified 5 main policy areas that need to be tackled. The social status and salary systems, autonomy and responsibility, recruitment and initial teacher education, ongoing support, and different career pathways and appraisal systems. I'm going to show you very text-heavy slides, but I've highlighted the elements in each of these 5 areas where that are really relevant in the open schooling context. When it comes to social status and salary systems, for some partners, it was a kind of shock that definitely salary is not the primary factor that drives people away from the teacher and school leader professions. It is important, of course, you need to earn a salary that you can live on. But the main driver of staying in the profession is the perceived benefits or convenience of teaching. But this is something that really needs to be considered when you are introducing different open schooling approaches. Also, the attractiveness of working conditions is an important element in this. And of course, if your working conditions are interesting, challenging to an extent that is not over challenging, is something that can be a solution for the social status and salary systems issue. The second area is autonomy and responsibility. And when we talk about open schooling, since open schooling solutions are always local, we really have to look at the autonomy element. It's very clear from research that autonomy increases motivation, both for teachers and school leaders. So an open schooling initiative is great for retaining teachers. At the same time, you also have to prepare your teachers, because they have to be confident when they face new challenges. So it's really crucial what level of support you offer when you start an open schooling program. And also, in many countries, external performance targets, standardized tests, and very high level of accountability are sometimes counteracting open schooling approaches and programs. And we have to fight them together, because it's also clear from research that it's also a demotivation factor. So it makes people leave the profession. When it comes to recruitment and initial teacher education, of course, with open schooling, you have to be very careful how you teach the teacher, how you choose the teachers. But there is a dilemma in general whether to set very high entry standards or not, because high entry standards may lead to lower numbers of applicants. At the same time, in an open classroom, open schooling approach, it's very relevant to talk about people who would like to join teaching professions from other pathways. And for that reason, I highlighted 2 elements of this part of the research. Only 1/3 of European school systems offer alternative pathways to teaching qualifications, which to my understanding is very low. But at the same time, 3/4 of school systems have an open recruitment system. So very much the choice of teachers depends on the school heads. But of course, if the choice is very narrow, it's a difficult decision, but you can always choose your teachers that support open schooling. I wanted to highlight this because from my personal experience, if a school leader has a vision and knows what he or she wants to do, they can basically take 80% of their teachers with them. And it's their responsibility to choose the remaining 20% according to their originally planned program. As I mentioned before, professional support is also very important at later stages under all circumstances, but it's especially true for open schooling. And for this reason, high quality coaching and supervision and good professional networks are key. When you introduce an open schooling program, your professional network or the professional network of your teachers immediately increases by the addition of non-formal providers, informal providers. And I did not highlight that part, but it may also lead to reducing workload. So it's very important to systematically plan professional support in the form of trainings, but also in the form of coaching and mentoring. And what we shouldn't forget, especially when we want to pursue open schooling policies, is that school leaders have as much coaching and mentoring needs as their teachers. What we found is very often school leaders are totally left to their own devices. They are not really getting the necessary support. So it's basically sheer luck whether they are really successful or they are absolutely overwhelmed by the necessary tasks. And the last element in the policy interventions was career pathways and appraisal systems. In an open schooling environment, it's very important also to think about rewarding people for doing something innovative and doing something that leads to quality, inclusive education. And it can basically take the form in a systemic appraisal system or non-systemic or less systemic examples. I think it's very important that if for some reason your system doesn't make it possible to include this kind of appraisal in your system, then it's just equally good to introduce something like badges, awards, because it leads to personal satisfaction, increased self-esteem, and necessarily staying in the profession. In this regard, I cannot really not mention the last practice that is on this slide, because the Varga Gabor Award is the only award in Europe where parents award teachers for their partnership kind of approach. And it has been one of the highest regarded practices. So this was what we had in the research findings and subsequent policy recommendations from the first year. And as you mentioned, Sophocles, in the second year, we are tackling new roles and competencies for teachers and school leaders in the digital age. But this does not only mean that we are discussing digital competences. That's just one part, basically 1/5 of what we are doing, because we're also focusing on, in the new roles and competencies context, on 4 other areas. All of them are quite broad, but very important, and they are very much connected to open schooling. Communication, that includes literacies, multilingualism, and critical thinking. Collaborative methods, teacher and school leader entrepreneurship, and active digital citizenship. We are going to do the same. We will bring together recent education research, inspiring policies and practices. We will analyze EU-funded projects, and we will come up with policy recommendations at the end of the year. If you are interested, you can follow our website, and also you can contact me anytime if you need more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Esther, very much. The next speaker is Menelaos Sotiriou from Science View. He's going to present the self-reflection process that his team has developed the last years, working in the field of trying, let's say, to track the innovation process. Menela, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you hear me and you can see my screen. We are doing a lot of efforts in the last years in order to introduce some tools to measure, first of all, openness and innovation in schools around Europe. In this presentation, I'm going to present the efforts that we are doing by developing a specific self-reflection tool in order to measure school innovation. The Reflecting for Change project is giving this opportunity to us in order to develop and test these tools. And actually, it is based in two main already established the first one is Selfie, that is measuring the digital competencies of schools. For those that you attend yesterday, you get the opportunity to see much more details about this self-reflection tool. And the second one is the Open Schools for Open Societies self-reflection tool, which we tested for almost 3 years with many schools around Europe that is measuring the openness of the school. Building on the OSOS SRT self-reflection tool, over the last 3 years, we have seen that the schools could improve themselves openness very much. As you can see, they increased their openness level by almost 20%. This is some of the data as an indication from 100 schools that we were following for 2 school years. And of course, the data comes from much more schools, around 1,000 schools that were participating in this effort. Building on this experience, we have moved to in order to integrate aspects of Selfie that is measuring digital competencies and also openness. So we consider that this is an integrated model in order to measure the school innovation. So we have mainly 2 aspects that we are trying to follow and monitor: the progress of the school towards openness, and the integration of digital technologies within the school structures. In order to do that, we have developed 3 levels in order to monitor this procedure and give actually the opportunity to schools themselves to monitor their procedure. So we have the management level, the process level, and the teacher's professional development level. with specific items that in each one of these levels and to investigate and see how they improve over time according to certain criteria that we have proposed and we have included in this tool. Each one of the schools will be let's say categorized in we have 4 levels in order to measure their status. Actually, schools that are now starting their efforts and they are able to include and integrate specific strategies and specific activities in their structure. We have consistent schools that have already started, but it is in a mid-level. We have integrated schools that are already implementing activities in order to improve themselves concerning innovation, and also advanced schools that have already experience in this and could give good examples, best practices, and share with the rest of the schools. The self-reflection tool is a tool that we have already created, is available for schools to test and to be included in order to start this journey for innovation. There are 4 main facilities that we are offering in this platform, actually, through the Reflecting for Change project. We have the self-reflection tool. Actually, it is the first stage, the first step that a school should take in order to see where they stand concerning openness and digital competencies. The School Innovation Planner Recommender system, which is a system that actually, according to their status, to each school status, we are offering and proposing to them specific strategies to follow. It is different, a school that will be in the enabled category that I referred earlier, to follow specific strategies, and different a school that it is in an integrated level to follow other strategies in order to maintain and improve more their status. So we are offering this recommender system that they could use also in order to develop their own plans, to develop plans that they could follow for the following year or the following years. This is dependent to the school. And also an innovation profiling tool, that this is a tool that will help the schools to maintain their status, and not only maintain, but improve it over the time. I will show you some more slides concerning the details for each one of these facilities. So for the self-reflection tool, the school can register. They will be able to take, first of all, as I said earlier, the first step is to fill in the self-reflection tool. You can see here the steps that they need to take in order to fill in. It is not so difficult procedure because we have already existing statements that could school choose. Actually, the best way to do it from the experience that we had it is to the school to appoint a team or a specific teacher or even the head of the school in order to fill in this tool. The school has to choose the statement that corresponds to their status. After that, they are getting a specific so to know where they stand, which level and what is the status of the school. And of course, there are recommendations concerning strategies and activities, projects that they can follow. So the strategies, there are specific guidelines, let's say, according to their status in order to follow. And most important, to get some ideas in order after that to choose also specific activities that we recommend also. There are already existing activities that other schools in Europe or group of schools have already implemented, and we recommend this according to their status, but also this will be very helpful to start the development plan that in order to have a specific strategy for the next year or maybe for the years to come. This is up to them. So they need to also fill in this development plan, so to have a specific document in order to guide them during the next period. And also they get this in a report, so they can share it with the rest of the teachers in their community, in their school unit, in order to have a common, start creating a common vision. The school profiling tool, it is a tool that each school that included in this and is registered in this web platform could create their own profile with information that they would like to include there. For instance, a description of the school, some contact details maybe that they want to share with the rest of the schools in this platform. But most important is that they will have the opportunity to choose or to see several other schools that are in the same or in a more advanced level and status, and they can collaborate with them. They can contact them. They could collaborate with them in certain projects, in certain activities. So a school that is in, for instance, in a consistent level and status, they could see other schools in the same status or in a more advanced status. So they could start working with them in order to exchange experiences and maybe to collaborate in projects. Also, there is the facility that we are offering with recommendations for professional development. So there are certain workshops, courses that the teachers of the school could either in a form of a summer school, a winter school, or any other course that we will try to continuously include several courses in order to have the opportunity to choose according to their needs and according to their plan that they have already developed. So the the important and the contribution actually to this innovation journey of this tool and all this web platform is that we are going to test with at least 300 schools school year from 3 countries. We are going to test this until June next year with these schools, and we will have 2 measurements actually, so each school could see their level of improvement at the end of the year, and then actually start again this procedure in order to improve more if it is needed, or to maintain their status. The most important outcome of this, all this procedure, is actually that we would like to develop and create a European school innovation map, where this will offer opportunities for schools to network, to be included in a network that they could create, they could propose, they could develop common projects with other schools, exchange staff and experiences, best practices, so to have a community of schools in order to start this and continue and maintain this innovation journey. I hope I was in time. If you have any questions that you would like to answer, or you would like to contact for more information, either you can visit the website of the project, Reflecting for Change, or you can contact me directly.
Menela, thank you so much for this very interesting work. I think it's really very important for schools, for school leaders to have some tested approaches to use in this process, in order to be able, of course, to monitor the status of the school, but also to get significant feedback for the next steps, and create and develop plans for the necessary action. So I think it's very important initiative. As mentioned, social innovation is a key element of the overall approach, and this is an issue that the Nemesis project, it's an Horizon 2020 project, is dealing with. And the next talk from Mr. Protopsaltis is going to focus especially on this question: what can students get out of social innovation education? So, Mr. Protopsaltis, you have the floor.
Hi, good morning. Let me just share my screen. And hi, I hope you can all see my screen and you can hear me. Nice to see you all, and I hope you all keep safe. And I'm gonna talk about social innovation in education. Social innovation is an issue, is a trend that the EU supports in the last few years. And the idea is to introduce social elements in the school, which fits very nicely with the theme of the conference, actually, opening up schools to the society. So a few things about what Nemesis is and what the main aims, and then I will proceed on some of the main findings we have. So the idea is to create a new educational model for the teachers and the students in order to support them in their learning journey. to encourage them to become change makers of Europe, to become more active citizens. And to do that is actually opening up the ways, opening up the schools into the society, bringing social innovators into the school, bringing parents, bringing stakeholders that they're interested in the whole process, in helping actually the students and the teachers in that journey. And in that case, the students become co-creators of the materials. They're the ones that actually who decide not just on what they're gonna learn or how they're gonna do it. Of course, that doesn't mean that they replace the curriculum. Just they take some ownership on the learning practices, on the materials. And by doing that, the aim is to improve teaching by equipping teachers with better materials, better tools, actually a better feeling in working with external partners, and also students show them that they can become active members in their learning practice. Some of the key elements of the project is about the education framework. In that sense, we introduced 14 social innovation competencies. And the reason to do that is that even though many of the competencies are very similar to what already exists there, but the social aspect makes them different, because we want, and especially we have figured out that empathy is very important. The sentimental aspect actually of the whole learning changes, then the skills are slightly different. Everything takes place in a co-creation lab. In essence, actually, we have different actors, educational actors working together, and these can be students, teachers, of course, parents, could be members of the community, social innovation practitioners. These are people actually who try to solve social issues in an innovative way. And their main aim for them participating into the process is actually showcasing alternative ways of working and solving problems, also inspiring problems, inspiring students, and show them that education doesn't have to be a monolith, and actually many things depend on their own actions and on their own initiatives. During that journey, however, they produce digital stories. And the idea is they film more or less the whole journey. And at the same time, by doing that, they develop digital competencies, which are very, very current and very important for the Europe's future. And also we have introduced a learning platform that can serve as a focal point in sharing, uploading materials, identifying and contacting social innovation practitioners, and so on. So these are the main elements of the approach. And then during the second year of the project, which was last year, actually, we ran the first piloting study. It lasted for almost a year with 1,030 students from 8 different schools in 5 different countries. And we had 59 teachers taking part, and also 69 SIPs. And the SIPs were people actually who already working with us, but at the same time, the schools took the initiative and identify local relevant SIPs that could help them more actively into their projects. And the first point is actually the evaluation approach. It's called realist evaluation. And the difference here is that we did not try to find out only what works, but we try to find out why something works. And in that effort, that will help us to introduce those changes into more schools, because we know that why something has worked and something hasn't worked. So it will help us in just, dismissing the irrelevant items and just focusing on the things that made actually a difference. So in that effort, we had online service. Actually, the tools that someone can use in realist evaluation are very similar to normal evaluation. We had online survey, teacher surveys. We had parents surveys. I have more details there, so when I can share the slides, people can find out actually the exact numbers in the countries. We had also online surveys to community members to try to find out what actually make them participate into Nemesis, because it wasn't compulsory. Everything was voluntarily done. And also we had students. We wanted to find out why they participated, because even though some of the schools were our partners, the participation was compulsory. And then because the piloting was running for almost a year, they had the chance to not continue. They could have a project for 1 week or 2 weeks and then not continue, but most of them actually kept on working for the whole academic year, in some cases in one continuous project, in some other cases in many smaller projects. But the enthusiasm was coming there, and you could see that they just wanted to keep on working. And we had the students actually that they participated on the online questionnaire were from schools in Greece and Spain, also from the UK, but because the UK introduced those elements into their own curriculum, and they have already skills curriculum or competency curriculum, they focus in a smaller part of the 14 competencies, but they were also part. And then Portugal and teachers, some of them, they did the pre-assessment questionnaire and then they did not do the post-assessment questionnaire, but we had discussion with the teachers, because as we said, the main point wasn't to identify how many students developed certain amount of skills and by how much, just to see if that helped teachers in general and helped students in general. So the last part actually of the evaluation was focus groups and interviews. Some of them were face-to-face, some of them were online, even before COVID. And the reason for that was these people were based on different European countries, and actually it was fairly easy with the tools we have right now to bring those people together. And in that case, we could bring different teachers from different schools together, and that helped them quite a lot. And 80 people in total took part, and that included teachers, parents, students, social innovation practitioners, and external stakeholders. So moving on to the findings. We're going to focus on 4 different aspects that has to do with engagement, from emotional to cognitive and so on. So the main findings actually, as were reported from the students, were that they were feeling heard and valued. All of a sudden, actually, their focus shifted from the teacher and the delivery of the content to the students. And they felt more confident and equal and more mature. And that had to do with the teacher actually having an assistant role, actually. The students, they could decide between them. They could decide with externals. And it's surprising and expected at the same time that the people who had the largest problem with students taking the initiative was not even the teachers, even though some cases they were the externals, and especially parents. Very often we had the discussions and we say, no, we don't think our children can do that. And actually that was quite eye-opening for them and for us as well. They felt self-empowered and autonomous, and also they felt connected to the communities, because their work wasn't just focused into the classroom. They had to go outside. They had to talk to people from the community, because the aim was to solve problems that they could be identified in the community and help them improve their lives. Of course, very important for them that they were taking ownership. It was something that it was there. And we had cases that they did something in the community, and other children went and they were playing around, and they didn't have arguments, but they felt that they need to protect their work. So they had discussions and tried to inform them and try to ask them actually not to damage anything. And that also concluded into increased involvement in the classroom, actually. That helped other modules, other topics students to get involved more actively in other topics, and then better performing schools according to the teachers' reports. Better behavior amongst peers. They started actually, because they were working together, they started respecting each other better and becoming more proactive in general. And they realized that they can produce change, they can influence change. So in that sense, the first part had to do with emotional engagement. They felt that the voice was heard. They felt that they were autonomous and their actions were empowered. And also they felt that, that the school is integrated into the society. They realized that, okay, it's not just the knowledge that we need to do, it's also application. There are also other things that by doing so, we're learning. And the skills that they take are very important for not just the school, but for their life in general. The other part actually had to do with cognitive engagement. They understood the real purpose of learning, and they got the ownership. They got more motivated. They got, felt that everything had to do with them. So learning was part of their duties as well. And that, as I said before, helped them perform better in other topics as well, in other subjects. The next actually element of improvement we identified was behavioral engagement, and that make them behave better in their relationship with the teachers, in their relationship with their peers, and also in general in the classroom. They became more respectful of other students, but from other people as well, even adults, because they realized from what they said that when they were sitting together in the co-creation labs, together with the SIPs, together with parents, together with everybody else, and all of a sudden they felt that their opinion counts, that they were heard, even though when their proposition wasn't adopted, actually, they felt that, okay, people actually listening to me, and then we can all decide how to proceed. And the last part, actually, it's agentic engagement. It had to do with the proactive contribution into the instructions from the teachers. And that's the difference is that they realize that it's up to them as well, actually. It's, it's a dual system. It's not just we get the instructions, we get the delivery, and that's it. Actually, we can contribute on that. And that also helped them to take ownership, to be more motivated, to be more enthusiastic, and so on. And it makes them actually becoming active participants. So the three things to take forward from our first year pilot, and then we're gonna apply them into second year, which at the moment it's half running because of COVID. So the main thing of Nemesis was the students were at the center. They become actually the focus on the educational process with the assistance of the teacher and of the community, and then taking that knowledge outside. Then the co-creation, it's a buzz term. Many people actually, many projects use it right now, but in that case, it took in practice, actually, we had 5-6 different educational actors participating, having regular meetings, depending on the needs of the school, sometimes weekly, sometimes every second or 2 or 3 weeks. And all of them actively participated there. And the difference in some cases, we had schools that they involved all the students. We had some other schools that they elected representatives, and then the representatives took part. And then the transformation action, and that's my last word, just ran out, is just taking that difference, actually taking that action out to the community. So thank you very much. And please, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Nikos is transferring the questions from the YouTube channel, if there are some. I would like also to ask the speakers, in case that there are more questions, we will try to follow maybe questions that will come in the next minutes, in the next hour, and we will share them with you if you want to come in contact with especially teachers, because there are many teachers attending, and maybe your projects are looking opportunities for cooperating with them more effectively. So already there are some comments on the YouTube for teachers who have been involved in your project, and they are saying very nice words. So if the teachers speak, then everybody's satisfied. You know, this is the most important, because they have a key role. But I think in the educational process there is one more role that we usually forget it during this process, and this is the role of the parents. And I think, especially in the time of the pandemic, where significant support is necessary also to be given at home, this role is becoming more and more important, not only to create the framework for a really working environment at home, but also to support this process when the students are not involved in the classroom environment, in the school environment. And Luca Laszlo from the European School Heads Association is going to present some findings and lessons learned from this process, and the important issue of parental engagement. Luca, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Today I'm actually representing Parents International. I'm going to share my screen on my presentation. So today what I'm going to present is the New Deal on Education between School and Family, which was a global call for action to use experiences of the COVID closures. And what we have is a very forward-looking approach to use all that we have learned during the pandemic. Parents International is an international organization that was established to help and support parents to embrace their role as primary educators and help them raise children who are going to become happy and contributing active citizens in the 21st century. Our initiative, the New Education Deal, is based on research and hands-on experience at the same time. And what we have used is the opportunity that the COVID situation gave us, which is to highlight what is not working in the school, what are the weak points of the current education systems, and how can we improve them. The school closures gave us an opportunity to start over. Education will hopefully never be the same after we open and resume schooling. But this is an opportunity as well to correct those mistakes that have been going on for years. And we would like to define a new normal that is better for all the stakeholders involved. The focus of designing any educational system should be always on the children. We would like to focus on the best interest of the children in order to provide quality and inclusive education for all. So as I mentioned, our initiative has two bases. One very strong basis is research. In 2018, the World Bank has published a study that highlighted that there is a global learning crisis. On the chart that you can see, it shows that children who have completed compulsory education are still very often in shockingly high percentages lack basic reading and writing. and math skills. In Europe, it's the lowest in all around the world, but it's still 14% in terms of literacy and 19% in terms of mathematical skills. This means that something is not working. We have also made a research as Parents International in 2019, where we have asked parents and we have investigated how much parents are involved in the decision-making processes. And as you can see, there is very little decision-making and influence that parents can achieve in schooling, especially in terms of methods, but also in terms of the curriculum and the teaching content. So our initiative is focusing on 7 main points. What we would like to highlight is that school is a place for social learning. What we could see that when children were not allowed to go in school, the social element was missing. School is a place where families and children can meet with a very diverse environment. This is where social classes, this is where different religions, different minorities can meet. The school should be the center of the community. An open school allows the community to come together and meet and share experiences and work together. We could also see that during the pandemic, it was really difficult, or still is really difficult for a lot of parents when they need to help their children while maintaining their work responsibilities. There needs to be a clear division of educational tasks between the home and school. And for example, in the case of homework, it's not the parents' task to just sit at home and do the homework with their children. It also creates a huge equity issue because those parents who are unable to support their children, those children may suffer a lot of disadvantages. Schools need to understand that although parents have crucial educator roles, it's a different kind of task than what teachers do in the school. And we need to agree on what are those basic skills that are really, really important, no matter what career paths the children do, for any 21st century citizen. And we need to focus on those skills, and the curriculum needs to be redesigned in order to give a much bigger focus on things that are actually important and usable for every single child, no matter what they end up doing. Another focus that is sadly missing is the focus on well-being. Art, sports are very often secondary subjects that are not important or not considered important. And for example, now during the pandemic, we could see that sports and arts were very often the remedies that people turn to in order to maintain mental health. And we can learn a lot from them, and they should regain their role in school. And in terms of arts, the creation and not just learning about arts should be extremely important. The methods that we are using in school should be reconsidered. Very often they are not child-friendly enough. Arts and sports and different activities could help us reconsider how we are teaching in school. Especially in the first wave of school closures at the end of the year, many schools were very happy to abolish standardized tests, and what we can see is that there are alternatives to that. And research shows that for a very long time that standardized testing does simply not work. The competition pressure on the children is extremely toxic, and it is time to reimagine assessment and abolish testing. A sixth point is that the use of digital tools became very important. And although this was a crisis situation, so sadly, there was very often no time to research the tools that we are using, to really take time and choose the best one. We think it's extremely important to keep using digital tools. They should remain a crucial part of the educational system, as they can help us come over several barriers, such as language barriers. For a lot of schools, it became obvious that digital tools can be a very good way of communicating with the families. However, there are lots and lots of solutions, and it would be extremely important to find those that are working for everyone, that are respecting data protection rules, and together, all stakeholders should find the ones that are working and keep using those. But it doesn't mean that digital tools need to take over. However, if they are used well and it's thought over what their role is, they can help us solve many challenges. And another point that came out from the pandemic lessons was that it is extremely important what the family circumstances are, and they have tremendous influence on how the children are doing. And teachers need to understand that the family circumstances have a great effect on the children's learning achievements, and they need to be aware of that. We know that both teachers and parents need a lot of support. Parents need support in order to understand that their children are learning at all times, not just when they are in school. They are the primary educators of their children. This is a role that they need to understand and embrace. They also need to understand that there are limits of school and school teaching. And they need a lot of tools to support the learning better. Teachers also need a lot of support. For them, it's very often not easy to understand and collaborate with people from other backgrounds. In Europe, the majority of teaching forces are white, middle class, very often middle-aged females. There are obviously many, many different type of classes and families that they need to work together with, and sometimes not very easy. They need a lot of support in doing that. They need to understand that there is a division of responsibilities between home and school. Many teachers need support in order to engage with parents. Now we can see that those schools who have already invested a lot of energy in having a good and cooperative contact with the families had a much easier time during the school closures, because they already had the communication channels. Those schools who had to establish them in this emergency situation had a much harder time to do it from scratch in just a very short amount of time. As I mentioned before, there is a very big difference at schooling at home and learning at home. Learning happens at all times, and the embracement of informal learning is very important for teachers to understand. Thank you very much. This is mainly what I wanted to say, and I would like to encourage all of you to visit our website and look at the interviews, look at the articles that our experts have written, where we explore the different aspects of the New Deal in that. Thank you.
Luca, thank you so much. There is a question from the audience. The question refers to proposed alternatives to summative testing. If you want to say a few words about that.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, what research shows is that in terms of assessment, the problem with standardized tests is that they are measuring achievement at one given time based on skills that are not really describing a child's knowledge well. As opposed to that, we suggest assessment that looks at a much longer period of time that is actually measuring skills that are necessary. Right now in education, very often there is no opportunity for real learning because we are teaching for the test. Tests that are not accurate descriptions of skills that can be later used in the labor market or in the society. So I hope this answered the question.
I think there is one question from Esther.
I just wanted to add that, well, we are also working on providing different formative assessment methods. I just want to highlight what Luca was saying, but this is not something that only the parents want. We just see an opportunity that now all the systems are happy to abandon these standardized tests. So why reestablish them, and why not use what we already know as better ones, formative assessment that also helps the learning process. I think that there are several initiatives, and whoever was asking it, if you approach either Luca or me, we're happy to direct you to different methodologies that have been proven to work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all the speakers of this morning session for the very interesting approaches towards social innovation, self-reflection processes, and the role of school leaders and the parents, as well as the policy framework for the overall implementation of the open schooling approach. Now we are going to have a break, and we will take the opportunity to give you a tour to the virtual facility of Ελληνογερμανική Αγωγή School in Second Life. As you know, the whole conference is also transmitted inward. So you will have the chance to have a visit. I will give the floor to Jean-François Reveillard, the developer of all this facility, in order to introduce the conference participants in this world. I would like to say that this will last for about 15 minutes. And then the participants of the next session will have the opportunity to get in contact with Nikos Zigouritsa, who will chair, and in order to introduce the session and prepare the session. So thank you very much. I would like to thank all the speakers. I would like to thank the keynote speaker also for their contribution in this morning. Jean-François, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think, I hope that you hear me.
We can hear you very well.
Ah, cool. And you have the picture.
inside the classroom. Okay?
Yeah, we are inside the classroom in order to visit this laboratory. As you can see, there is screen. Each place for student have a screen, and also a book that teacher can prepare with PDF files or something like that. And the book is interactive, as you can see on the picture. I click on it, and I can watch and read the book that I have in my on my desk. Also, the content of the video can be chosen by the teacher, and you can make a Zoom conference, for example, on the screen, and also you can follow all the Zoom conference or any other tools coming from the real classroom inside the virtual classroom. We have also tools with translation, automatic translation. We have tools to ask a question to the teacher. You have this hand, for example, you click on it and you have an animation in order to ask to the teacher for a question. Many other tools are around the classroom. You can choose to organize your classroom with chairs, with desk, with many other tools that the teacher can manage and in order to organize his classroom. There is another tool, interactive tools. The student can write a message on the board, and after you can read it, the message can contain some pictures or some other things. Drawing or anything. It's like a blackboard, interactive blackboard. This classroom is inside the area of school inside our place, and there is around many examples for interactive things. When you pass through these pictures, there is a sound, there is some quiz, interactive quiz, also chess play, because sorry, I love chess. And also you can modelize some things like that, mathematical drawing in 3D, some concept, mathematical concept, and many examples are around. This is also classroom. There is a classroom for teacher in order to organize, for example, to learn how to organize a multi-grade classroom. It's very interesting because you have all the tools for organize a multi-grade classroom. It's a good tool for teacher to learn and to train for organize a classroom with some slide in order to have some information how to organize your multi-grade classroom. With also, like in the other classroom, all the device to organize your multi-grade classroom. We go in another classroom. This is a classroom for music, to learn music. As you can see, there is a stand for student, and also you can learn how to play piano virtually, of course, and also some videos. Also, you can make a Zoom session with different players, for example. There is a chemical classroom with some experimentation. And now we go outside the class, the school area, virtual school area, to go to the Cosmos place. This is about observation of the sky, with also here many different tools. For example, you can go to the planetarium. There is a planetarium. Up, I click on it and I'm inside the planetarium in order to visit an immersive situation inside the 3D planetarium with all the name of the stars, the planet, and so it's also interactive. Okay, and now I can go out the planetarium. As you can see, there is many interactive things. You see, you click in order to go automatically on the ground, and you have a website showing. You have some experimentation about weather. You have many interactive tools. Now we come to the science part of this island. You see, it's very immersive. We try to always make a good design around and some art and sculpture and things like that. Here it's an experimentation. This is an animation about pendulum of Foucault with also around videos about the Coriolis effect. And also you can click, and in order with a teacher, we can you can go to the position of the observer, and you have the view of the pendulum explaining that the Earth is turning, and explaining the effect that you can observe with pendulum of Foucault. Also everywhere.
Jean-François,
Yes?
may I add here, because this is something, let's say there are different ways someone to present that to the students, but this opportunity is really offering the chance to change observation and reference systems, and is trying, let's say, to explain in a nice way to the students this quite complex phenomenon. So
yeah.
We are trying to demonstrate what can be done, especially when you have this opportunity in the virtual world. So combining really the opportunities offered from virtual experiments, while at the same time that you have the feeling that you are there. And this is, I think, a very important issue. Sorry, Jean-François, please go on. Please go on.
No. I'm very happy that you say that, because maybe it's one of the most interesting piece inside virtual world in order to show exactly what you have said, to interact and to be in an immersive situation. It's like the representation of CERN installation. It's you have around some real picture of the CERN in order to have the dimension of this incredible big device, amazing device. And to purchase the visit, you need to take the lift. It's crazy because you take a lift in a virtual world, and okay, I open the door, I go to the lift, and now I go down to the experimentation, to the place. Okay, the lift is going down. If everything is okay. Normally the doors open at one moment. Yes. And we are inside, if we are inside the CERN, we are inside this experimentation. And the challenge is to show to the student, to the young student, why we do that, and what is the goal of this kind of device. You see, this is in the real size. You can take a picture. For example, you click on the ball and you can take a picture of your avatars inside the CERN, exactly if you are inside. Always pictures to remember that it's a real place. It's existing really, with pictures of the researcher and the engineer inside the CERN in situation. It's a very immersive place. And also you have a view of the tunnel where there is the accelerator. It's in 3D in order to have the illusion and the impression of being inside something real. You have many information around on a computer with some videos. Always this kind of interactive things board in order that people can let a message, and there is notes. And the challenge was to explain very in a funny way, but also in a way what we are doing with this accelerator. By fact, we are going inside the particles in order to see the content of the particles. And I have the idea that it's like we use a teleporter to go inside the matter and to go inside the particles, and you are inside the explosion of the particles here in 3D. You see, it's to explain when you explain to a child that we use this accelerator in order to go inside something with a teleport. It's like a science fiction, of course, but it's suddenly very simple way to explain in a game. It's a sort of serious game. What we do with this accelerator. Don't hesitate to cut me if I am too much long, because you see I can speak many hours about all these things. Okay, now we go outside again. There is this is a part about how the plane are flying. It's an interactive because it's a big question. How the plane are flying, and here you have animation and videos, and also you can find some assistant everywhere who can deliver you some information. And here you have a video about how plane can fly, with you can sit and watch the videos. Okay, this is the videos begin, and it's explaining very sound, of course, on the video. It is explaining the effect of flying effect. Okay, flying, you can fly inside a virtual world. The dream come true, you know. And all this area, this is a science cafe. This is a place in order to make some meeting about science. You see, you can make, you can organize some thematic conference room about some. This is about ESA. This is station. Yeah, always interactive board. You can ask question and participate to the place. Here we are inside something very special, because it's figure out how we can live later on in Mars. Here we are like entering inside. Oops. I want to. I click. I have so many things around to do. Yeah. I need to be in front of the door. Yes. And we're entering inside the Mars experimentation. It's to have the feeling how we can live, actually, the projection, how we can live inside a Mars station. As you can see outside, there is real pictures of the ground of Mars. And we can figure out that we live inside something very special. And also there is an interesting part with some videos explaining the exploration of Mars that you can consult and see in this kind of spatial ambience on a planet for the future. You see many information about scientists from ESA, and you can, and also there is, you can sleep here. Yeah, you are welcome.
Jean-François.
Yes.
Hello. It's Nikos. I have taken over the chair from Sophocles.
Yeah.
I would suggest that you wrap it up in a minute or two, so we have a 10-minute break for the next session presenters to organize ourselves.
I can finish here in order to show. Yes, we can finish here. No problem. As you can see, you are very welcome to visit all this kind of things. There is also an art fair. There is many things, and I suggest also that you come to the conference room. And okay, I go back to the conference room, and I let the next speaker and here the conference room, as you know.
Jean-François, you can, show us the conference room also.
Here we are.
Jean-François, thank you so much for
You're welcome.
All this tour. I think it's a great opportunity that, let's say, demonstrates its value, especially this time with the school closure and all the problems that we are facing with in education. It can offer a unique, real, near real life experience to these events, and that's why, thanks to your great work and this collaboration, we have managed to organize this event also in World. So thank you very much for all this work and support. And I believe that there are many more things that we can really develop.
I'm very happy, and I want to thank you also and all your team, because it's amazing work with many peoples and around the world, and it's very great to work with you, Sophocles.
Nico, I think now we can give you the floor to get prepared for the next session. We would like to thank all the participants of the conference for coming with us in this tour. So see you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you very, very much, both to the chair and the presenters of the previous session. It was really, really interesting, and we have shared some very fascinating examples of how open schools can act as learning ecosystems. The next session will start in 5 minutes. The presenters are joining us now, and I would ask them one by one to check if they can share their screen. There are some people still missing for the moment, but I am confident that they will be able to join us in a little while. So okay, at 5 minutes also, at the same time when the main session will feature innovation projects, perspectives, and challenges, you will have the opportunity to also be able to watch online the Open Classroom Conference workshops, which are also hosted in the YouTube channel of Ελληνογερμανική Αγωγή. And Dominique, that you are the first speaker, have you tried to share your screen? Hello, good morning. Hello.
Good morning.
Good
How
morning.
are you?
Fine, fine.
I will share the screen, but they say it's not possible. I don't know why. I'll try again.
Okay, yes, yes.
You can see?
Yes, perfectly, perfectly.
Okay.
I would ask one by one to check that you can share it. So, Panagiotta, good morning. Can you hear us?
Good morning and thank you.
Hello, good morning. Can you check if you can share your screen also?
We will test it now?
Yes,
okay.
Just to be on the safe side,
okay.
Not during the presentations.
Okay. Do you want to do now, just a moment to do the presentation, the correct presentation?
Just check with your screen.
I just check it with the program.
Yeah, okay? No problem. Yes, no
it's
problem.
Okay now?
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Panagiotta, for that.
Thank
you. We'll go to Turkey now. Lara, is this correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you test if you can share your screen, please?
Right. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes, perfectly, perfectly. And thank you for that. The next presentation, Agapi Vavouraki. Good morning.
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, that's great. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Perfectly. Yes. Okay, thank you for this. Panagiotis Kanichis, you're next.
Good morning. I will now share my screen. Is that okay?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. Thank
you also. We are missing two presenters who are not able to join us until now. So I will go directly to, sorry if I'm mispronounce it, Anya Chura.
Very good. Yes. Hello.
Okay. Thank you. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you also text that you can share your screen?
Yeah.
Yes, perfectly.
Good.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you, everyone. I think that we are ready and on time to start the session. Thank you, everyone, from joining us from different countries around Europe. And this session is about school innovation projects, perspectives, and challenges. As you can see on we have different examples from different cases around Europe of innovative use of mostly technology to face the new challenges that we have in education. We would start with, let's say, a paradox. We are using an upper and tertiary education example for school innovation. The reason behind this choice was how we can use MOOCs, the example of the use of MOOCs in rather small, young applied science university. And we thought that since teachers in all levels face the same challenges now due to the COVID pandemic, this could be a good example for transferability of experiences. So, Anne-Dominique, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to share my screen. If it does work again. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, perfectly, perfectly.
Okay, so I come from Switzerland. I'm a professor at the University of Applied Sciences, Western Switzerland. And you can notice by my accent that we speak French. The idea is to present our MOOCs project and to show you the differences between a huge project that I call Goliath and our small project, but something are interesting. I don't want to show you too many things about my university, but just remember that we are the second biggest university in Switzerland in terms of number of students. And I run the e-learning center of my university. When the MOOC trend starts, we ask ourselves, would it be interesting to jump in or not? Because we are a small university, even if we are the second one in Switzerland, and Switzerland is a small country. We are a small university, and the applied university are not ranked in the huge international ranking. So it's not so easy to use the platforms like Coursera and so on. You should have lots of money to use this kind of platform. So the first step for us was to decide if it's worth it or not. What is our learning brand? We are more professional, oriented on practices, case studies, applied. We are an applied sciences university. And we decided in the end to join the train to gain experiences in course digitalization and to offer open education to everyone who would like to integrate our courses. And we see the MOOCs also as a com-education action instead of just buying, I don't know, mugs with the name of the university on it. We could use MOOCs to present what we actually do in our university. And we would like to increase our local and international reputation. Just a small insight on, I just want to get the whole view. Here you can see some figures about the Goliath. The most important platform is Coursera, and followed by edX. And you can see that MIT provides lots of MOOCs, 207. And in this ranking, you can see that EPFL, which is one of the huge university in Switzerland, is one of the 8 actors that I show you here. I'm trying to go. Okay, so we were not able to go on Coursera or another platform. So we decided to simplify and automatize Moodle to use it as a platform to launch our MOOCs. We've been using Moodle in our university since 2005, so we have lots of experience. So we, in a way, double our Moodle platform, and one of this Moodle platform is now dedicated to host our MOOCs. We started the projects in 2015, and now we have 20,000 accounts. We can see that this is rather small, even compared to the size of our university, and of course, compared to the size of the huge participants to the MOOC trend. We have developed 10 MOOCs, but figures I will show you in a minute are built on 5 of these 10 MOOCs. And our MOOCs are rather small, 5 weeks in average, and only one of these 10 MOOCs offers a certificate, is credited by a real credits. I mean, it's a certificate of advanced studies. The production cost, you have to take in to see that costs in Switzerland are higher than in other countries. So we can develop these MOOCs from 25,000 francs to rather more, depends on the size of the MOOCs and depends on the content of the MOOCs. Here you can see some information. You can see this one. This is the MOOC where you can get a real credit. So the MOOC is limited to 30 participants. So it's not a real MOOC. If you see that MOOC is massive, it's not really that. You can see other MOOCs which integrates higher figures. One thing is interesting is the dropout rate. You probably know that the dropout rate in MOOCs is very huge, is higher than in distant education. Normally in distant education, it's about 8 person on 10 who give up. And here in MOOCs, normally it's 99.6% in 10 who decided to leave. So if you make an average of all these dropout rates, it's 56%. So it's rather good. But of course, as the cost sustainable finance gives credit, people are tending to stay and not to leave the course. So if you only make the average on these 4 MOOCs, it's 70% of the MOOCs dropping rate. How does these people do these people access to our MOOCs? They access with a Facebook account, Google account, a specific UAS Western Switzerland account or other account. We have noted a huge progression of Facebook's and Google accounts. And if you see here, it's interesting to see that many people in our university have created an account. 59% of all the participants are coming from HESSO, which is the French name for US Western Switzerland, but only 8% has decided after that to access to courses. Where are our participants coming? A large part of it's not possible to know where they come from. But when we can see, looking at the address or so on, we can see that we have 18% of people coming from Switzerland, 37% from France, 1% from Belgium, and 5% from anywhere else. You can see that we are less participants from Switzerland than from France. And in the previous slides, I was showing you that we wanted to gain more international and national reputation. So international may be a little bit good, but this one is not so this figure is not so good. But of course, we don't really know if some people coming from Switzerland has decided not to have an address that we can link to Switzerland. So when our people access to our MOOCs, they generally access on Monday and Tuesday. The most amount of people access in Monday, 20%, and they work from 12 to 16 in the afternoon. And it's interesting to see that on Saturday they don't work. There are only 6% who access to the MOOC on Saturday. And I'm sorry, I think you can listen to my dog because I have a dog who is barking. I'm sorry, I cannot stop him. Some MOOCs are used both for people outside of the university and both for in the regular courses. And we have noticed that they access to their course exactly on the same days and hours than global people access. Some information about behaviors in the platform. You can see that on the course you have different items to learn. What I call active items like exercises, quizzes, course video, and passive items, readings and things like this. And participants prefer interacting with better active items. 74% of them likes to interact with active items. We have on all these 5 MOOCs 160 videos, and people clicked 1.4 times on each video on average, which means that they see the video several times. Videos are stored on YouTube, and for now we cannot follow what the people do on YouTube. If they clicked, stopped, do again. The only thing we can know in our platform is how many times they click on the video to launch it. The most watched are, of course, the welcome video, and the least watched is the last video in the last week, of course, because many people left the MOOCs before reaching the end of the MOOCs. Another thing which is interesting is that people are following the sequential order by week. You know, MOOCs are divided in weeks, and people tend to follow the first week first, the second week second, and so on. And if you see into the week, we can see that participants follow the order by following didactical categories. For example, if the first things offered is a video explaining things, they see this video and then the quiz and then so on. So we can say that participants trust or are used to trust the script designed by the production team. In the end of each MOOC, each participant receives a questionnaire, an out questionnaire, to get the feedback on the MOOCs and on their experience. Only 10% of the people returns their questionnaire. And if you see some items, for example, yes, this MOOC meet my expectation. I'm sorry, a word is lacking. 99% say yes. Yes, this MOOC was interesting, 100%. Yes, I wish a level 2. 98% wants a level 2. I watch all, 92%. I would recommend this to somebody, 99%. So the results are pretty good, but of course we have to mitigate these results, because those who answer are probably those who arrived at the end of the course. And if they arrive at the end of the course, normally they should be satisfied. Is it worth the effort? As it's, you have seen.
Sorry to interrupt, you have 1 more minute.
Okay. Is it worth the effort, as it's quite expensive? On the yes part, it contributes to our international reputation, increased widely our skills in developing online course, and offer appropriate content free of charge to any people who wants to join in, regardless of their initial training. Of course, the courses are more in French than in English, but some courses are provided in English. On the no side, production costs are very high, because we cannot, of course, the courses are free of charge, so we cannot make money on it. And it's difficult in measuring the integration of the French-speaking Swiss into the course. And in all, it remains a little bit confidential in terms of number of participants. So this is the end. If you are interested in getting in touch, you have information here. And if you are interested in getting information about the platform we developed called Moodec and based on Moodle, you have all information following this link. Okay, thanks. I've finished my presentation.
Thank you so much. I'm following the chat on the YouTube channel. There are no questions for the moment. I will come back to them if anything pops up. Thank you so much for the presentation. As I said earlier, until last March, this was a discussion concerning only higher education and universities. The new reality that all levels are facing, and about distance learning and how we can attain and motivate students to follow an online course are common now also in secondary education and even in primary education. So thank you very much for sharing your experience. We will continue with Panayota Argiri from Evangeliki Modern High School of Smyrna and the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, who will share her experience about educating students as global citizens. Panayota, the floor is yours. Panayota, unmute yourself. We cannot hear you.
Yes, sorry. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present the result of the receipts of an innovative teaching practices that we implement the last school year. This presentation is with my colleague and supervisor, Ms. Smyrneu. Based on, as I said before, based on the implementation of the innovative good practices titled Generation Z, Global Citizen Fighting for the Future, we will try to answer the questions of high school could prepare students and responsible citizens for the future societies. How teachers could connect the knowledge of STEM curriculum with real environment problems. How important is the collaboration with local community for co-creation and co-organization activities that promote the sustainability of future cities? And finally, what are the additional values of this for the global education based on students? Global education, based on the Lilichari review, is that someone can explore the world beyond the immediate environment by examining issues of local, global, and curriculum importance, recognize, understand, and value the perspective and worldviews of others, can communicate ideas effectively with different attitudes by participating in open, appropriated, and effective cultural interactions, and finally take action on collective prosperity and sustainable development, both locally and globally. The basic concept of the framework of the receipts that we have used is global education, because we think that could be an force in a curriculum to provide coherence and make it feasible for students of how can they learn in school real matter in the future. The literacy in science that refers to grammar practices and strategies that enable individuals to understand, synthesize, and communicate knowledge of scientific contents, that it's related to the reading, writing, speaking, and listening practices that students use to access, understand, and communicate scientific knowledge. And finally, scientific education that refers to an individual's understanding of scientific concepts. Considering that the development of strong links between schools and local employers is very important means of introducing young students to the world of work, all the current concern listed above about the importance of STEM sector in the knowledge society and the needs for specialized staff resulting from the so-called skill gaps and the efforts of educational community to enforce and inspire students to STEM careers, we have implemented the learning scenario under the framework of Open School for Open Society project the last school year in the context of education for sustainable development, incorporates critical use and aim to develop student skills. What is the methodology of the implementation? Here is a short description, and I would like to explain you that students first look for scientific data, real scientific data and about the problems facing the global community. They received in scientific articles and in databases. They divided in groups and study issues such as air pollution, lack and purity of water, poverty, animal exploitation, obesity, and that are associated with many activities and require a revision of many daily habits to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Based on this, they create questions and problems that communicate and share with the student community to be solved in order to use the knowledge of mathematics of the curriculum in the interpretation of global challenges that requires solution. Students take a role of researcher, but also a role of active global citizens, because finally, in collaboration with research community and workplaces, they try to find a solution and provide a decision. The objective of this methodological approach is that we have to prepare students to deal with complex real world problems, to develop students' scientific methods, to prepare to critically evaluate the availability of data or evidence and their interpretation or conclusion, enhancement of communication and presentation skills, educated students about the values and ethics of agencies with the use of real data, and enlarge learning through students' interest in specific problem. The research framework that we use based on the framework of skills that we want to develop in students. Here is a basic framework that divided in 3 categories. And as you see, we have access, the students' interview, and we have implement the software of Atlas to code and make categories of assessed student skills. Here is also a basic framework of skills that we would like to develop to students to be global citizens of the future. Here is an example of students' interview. And as you can see, we have highlighted the basic code, the basic sentences that we find these skills. I don't want to read the students' speeches, because later you can see the method that we have evaluate these speeches based on interview. Here is the environment of Atlas software that we have insert interviews and speeches of students, of the participant students. We have read them carefully, and we have write the initially codes. In the second phase, we make groups of these codes based on the first framework of skills. And here is the first part of the results. As you can see, the quantitative analysis of students' answers to questionnaires and based on interviews highlight a high-level percentage of ways of thinking, creativity, innovation, critical thinking, lifestyle such as global citizenship, personal and social responsibility, ways of working such as collaboration, communication, and lastly is the using ICT tools for examining the scientific data. In the second phase of receipts, as I explained, based on the environment of Atlas software, we make groups of these skills, of these codes that we find, and high level of percent of student skills is problem solving, analysis and reasoning and argumentation, work ethic, team working and collaboration, and also here the creativity and innovation. Here is the document, the groups that we use to group the quotes is 3 basic categories: learning skills, literacy skills, and life skills. Also, as I said in the first, that I described the methodology of implementation, students get familiar and communicate with workplaces and experts. Here is some example of the workplaces that students communicate and make interviews: water filter, animal welfare association, parks, outdoors car companies, and health and physical of modern societies. Here is the big part of the receipt that we ask students what are the additional values of getting in communication with workplaces and ethnics. In high level of percent is career awareness. And as explained, they learn many things about jobs and what they would like to follow in the future. Inspiration to scientific skills, They replied basic questions and they learned practical knowledge from this communication with workplaces. Finally, I would like to conclude the result of this receipt based on the implementation of Global Citizens is that we could create channels of cooperation and communication of school, not only with a local community, but also with workplaces. We could empower students to develop personal and social responsibility by balancing the demands of the environment, society, and the economy in achievement through collaborative and communicative activities between students groups. Mostly, we could develop students' 21st skills in order to address the problems of the 21st century skills and find solutions to address them locally and globally. Learners must be equipped with relevant skills, knowledge, attitudes, and values. We could empower students to learn how to play an active role in the local community. And finally, I think that it's a model of good practice that can implement by educational community, because through our experience, we have many additional values from students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Panayota. And you finished right before I would alert you about the 1 minute that you have.
I have tested the time because usually I would like to speak a lot to share my experience through my enthusiastic of my students.
Okay, thank you for this. I know that you're doing great things with your students. There are some questions for the first speaker on YouTube. And because there is a small time difference between what we say in Zoom and what they see in YouTube, I will gather all the questions for the different speakers and we can discuss them in the end in order not to miss anything and get confused with the different questions and speakers. So thank you very much, Panayota. And now we will move to Turkey, where we have Lara with us, and she will present the experience of remote learning during COVID-19 in Hisar School. Lara, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfectly. We can hear you and see the screen very well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Lara Nakjivan, and I'm a 12th grade student at Hisar School in Istanbul, Turkey. And together with my physics teacher, Erkan Çermik, I co-authored a research titled Remote Learning During COVID-19 in Hisar School, and I would like to share my findings with you today. The novel coronavirus has turned into a serious pandemic with significant consequences. Nearly 1 million deaths and more than 30 million cases have been reported. Global health systems have consequently been challenged in efforts to keep up with increasing cases, though the medical sector is not alone in facing challenges. Daily lives of citizens all around the world have been disturbed due to lockdowns imposed in efforts to mitigate the spread of the disease. And one area that has been particularly affected by COVID-19 has been education. Due to the lockdowns, many schools have resorted to remote learning practices. Our school, Hisar School in Istanbul, Turkey, has adopted remote learning. Throughout the lockdown, students were expected to tune in for online lessons at certain periods of time, but were also expected to complete their assignments or study in predetermined time slots. The purpose of this study is to examine the attitudes of students towards the remote learning practices adapted by Hisar School during the COVID-19 pandemic. This survey study sample included the entire high school student population of Hisar School, including 18 prep year, 104 9th grade, 105 10th grade, 101 11th grade, and 99 12th grade students, for a total of 427 students. 3 questionnaires created by the high school committee were administered online using the Google Forms survey platform. The first questionnaire, including 14 questions, was sent out on March 27, and answers were collected until April 1. The second questionnaire, including 28 questions, was sent out on April 10, and answers were collected until April 15. The third questionnaire, including 5 questions, was sent out on 8th of May, and answers were collected until the 12th of May. And the response rates for each of the surveys were 48.9%, 70%, and 44.7% respectively. In the first survey, students were asked to rate on a 4-point scale from never to always questions on their ability to follow course schedules, access course materials and platforms, attend classes in a timely manner, follow class content, communicate with teachers and ask questions, and complete assignments correctly. Within the same survey, students were also asked to provide their evaluation of remote learning within the past week on a 5-point scale of should be improved to very good. In the second survey, students were asked to rate on a 3-point scale from insufficient to excessive questions on the numbers of class hours of each of the school's educational departments, such as the math department or the social sciences department, and so on. Students were also asked to evaluate the helpfulness of course materials, ease of understanding topics, ability to submit on time, and usefulness of teachers' feedback for each of the academic departments on a 3-point scale from I agree to I disagree. Further, students were asked to rate their computer skills and the ease of accessing school resources, such as the university counseling department or the library, and receiving help on a 3-point scale from I agree to I disagree. In the third survey, students evaluated on a 3-point scale from I agree, I am unsure to I disagree for each of their classes, their desire to participate, the helpfulness of given assignments, and their understanding of topics. Also, the students evaluated on a 5-point scale, ranging from low to high, their motivation levels during the remote learning period. Descriptive statistics were compared across the 3 time periods for each question to determine the general attitude of high school students towards remote learning practices of Hisar School, and ethics approval was obtained from the High School Committee of Hisar School to display the results of the surveys. For the first survey, 209 students provided answers, with most of the answers coming from 10th and 9th grade students. Most students stated that they always had an easy time following their class schedules and accessing course materials or suggested content. Nearly all students stated that they remained until the end of their online classes, and approximately 80% of students always joined their lessons on time. More than half of the students expressed that they could follow given content and communicate with their teachers always or mostly. 53% of students reported that they could always ask questions to their teachers, while 33% answered mostly and the rest chose sometimes. When asked if they could complete assignments on time, 34% of students selected always, 29% had chosen mostly and sometimes, and the rest had selected never. When asked to evaluate the overall online education process, 72% reported that it was good or very good, while only 1% gave it the lowest rating and reported that it should be improved. For the second survey, 299 students provided answers, with most of the answers coming from 9th, 10th, and 12th graders. For their online classes, which were offered by 10 academic departments, an overwhelming majority of students stated that the number of online lessons were sufficient, the lesson materials helped them understand topics, they could complete the assignments on time, and receive helpful feedback from their teachers for each academic department, and that they could follow their class schedules and use the school's online resources effectively. The use of designated self-study hours varied across students. However, those who always, sometimes, or never completed their assignments during these designated hours were almost split into thirds, as you can see. And a similar pattern held true for the usefulness of the school's online library resources. And lastly, an overwhelming majority of participants agreed that they had sufficient computer skills to manage the remote learning process and that they could contact the IT department and their guidance and university counselors. For the third survey, 191 students provided answers, and this time most of the answers came from 9th graders. While an overwhelming majority of prep year through 10th grade students were satisfied with their classes across the board, 11th and 12th graders showed more variety, partially because their schedules include more electives. So the desire to participate, the helpfulness of given assignments, and understanding of topics was very class dependent and showed no patterns for the 11th graders and the 12th graders, as you can see. So there is much variation. And regarding motivation levels, prep year's motivation was high, with 84.7% of students selecting 3 and above, and the remaining 15.3% selecting 2 and below. As for 9th grade students, who also had high motivation, 69.4% of students selected scores 3 and above, with the remaining 30.6% selecting 2 and below. And the 10th grade students had high motivations as well, with 87.5% choosing 3 and above, and the remaining choosing 2 and below. The 11th grade had high motivation as well, with 81.8% of students picking 3 and above, and the remaining 18.2% picking 2 and below. And lastly, the 12th graders had relatively lower motivation scores, with only 56.8% of students selecting 3 and above, and the remaining 43.2% selecting 2 and below. So there was basically a half and half pattern for the 12th grade students regarding their motivation levels. And in conclusion, the general attitudes of Hisar School students towards the remote learning practices adapted by their school were positive. However, it was found that the school's library resources were difficult to use and needed a more user-friendly interface. Moreover, most students did not complete their assignments in the designated self-study hours and instead preferred to work at their own pace, which means that allotting study hours for students may be unnecessary. And this is quite reasonable, actually, when keeping in mind that students may have different hours in which they feel more productive. Some students may feel more productive in the evenings, while others may feel more productive in the mornings, and imposing a self-study hour might not be very beneficial for the students. And additionally, the students had trouble completing their assignments on time, which either means that the students lost motivation or that teachers assigned too much work. And for the former case, teachers could provide encouragement for their students, and for the latter case, longer deadlines could be set. Furthermore, 12th grade students had lower motivation levels compared to prep year, 9th grade, 10th grade, and 11th grade students, which indicates that teachers and school administrators should provide them with extra support. And these low motivation scores are quite understandable because a significant portion of the 12th grade student population in Hisar School had already received their university acceptances from overseas colleges, so they didn't have as much strong of an incentive to study for their classes and exhibit positive attitudes as compared to the other students who do not have any university acceptances secured. And that concludes the paragraph. Here are the references that I used in my research as well as my presentation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Lara. It was a very nice example of dealing with the new reality in secondary education. Please stay on your screen for the questions and the discussion we will have later on. Thank you very much. And from secondary education in Turkey, we move to primary education in Greece. Dr. Agapi Vavouraki is here with us to share her experiences with distance education in primary school, blending synchronous and asynchronous education. The floor is yours. You have to unmute yourself. I'm afraid that we cannot hear you. There is something wrong now. I cannot hear you. Technology, we will always have some issues with that. You can, maybe you can, I cannot hear you. Can you send me an email, a message on the chat? Because we have tested earlier and we could hear you and see your screen very well. Your microphone seems to be active. Yes, try to get out and come back again. We seem to adapt to the new situation from primary education to secondary education to tertiary education to online conferences, but we will always face challenges like this one. So thank you for your patience. We will try again. Okay.
Okay. Hear me now?
Yes. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Okay. So hello to everybody. I am the principal of Ελληνογερμανική Αγωγή Primary School. And what I'm talking about today is the challenges we faced last year when suddenly schools were closed for the coronavirus. So we had to teach at a distance, and we had many challenges, of course, to face. But I think that the two most important were two. First of all, we had to teach at a distance small children. This was difficult. And the other difficulty is that we had to do it very quickly. So we didn't have much time to prepare. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your screen. Yes, perfect now, thank you.
Okay, that's great. We had a very, very short time to prepare for this. So what I'm going to talk about is how we did it, what we did, and what the students said about it. And I think that the most important and the most crucial element that helped us make it was that our school works as a learning community. I like very much what Hargrave said. Yes, of course, it was 17 years ago, but I think it's up to minute, not up to date. Teachers must work smarter and not harder. And when we have to do something new, yes, an innovation is the activity of network teams and not individuals. So in our school, we participate into a community, we try and experiment ideas, we reflect on our practice, and we handle problems by exchanging ideas. So in this process, we try things and we are getting better, and we do things better. So what is this learning community? Of course, everybody can communicate with everybody, but there is also a structure to this community. So we have teachers in each grade. For example, in grade A, there are 6 teachers, and one of them has more responsibilities on Greek, and one of them has more responsibilities on math. So we communicate also between grades so as to have a common view on things and to have a common, the school view on things. We have also a digital community. I can say that this helped us very much on this process because we are not close. We did not have anymore the physical community. So we had our forum that we could communicate, and we also had our repository that we could upload our materials and exchange things. So we exchanged ideas and we exchanged materials. The temptation was to start with what we were feeling comfortable with. The temptation was to start with existing tools and routines. But I think that the good thing was that we managed to step back and realize that we couldn't do the same things in a different context. So we started from scratch, and we basically thought about our educational goals, and we made decisions on what we use and how we use it. So we decided about the level of interaction. Young children could not work alone, so they couldn't be autonomous. So we needed to have synchronous education. And Of course, we could communicate them in synchronous education, but we also communicated with them in asynchronous forms. And we communicated with orally or with written or by writing. And of course, we had to decide what tools to use. So for the digital tools, we used Blackboard for synchronous education and 2 more asynchronous platforms for asynchronous communication, Edmodo and any exercises. Blackboard was decided because it was, we thought that it was reliable and easy to use. Small and young children could very easily see the hand, so they could raise their hand, and there were many easy polls to do, agree, disagree, yes or no. And of course, we could share, we could share material. We also used Edmodo. It's a Facebook-like communication tool. The truth is that older children already used it with their science, their IT teachers. So it was easy because we didn't have time even to give them a username and passwords because we closed at a blink. And e-exercises, that was another platform which basically was for reviewing concepts we have already learned. And we also had printed material together with the digital material for autonomous and non-autonomous work. And of course, we followed the principles of distance education, and we gave feedback to our students. You know that the smaller you are, the more you need this feedback from your teachers. So I'm not going to talk in a very much detail. There is another session tomorrow that you could attend and see more details. So we were doing and we were thinking and we were discussing and we were changing all the way. And we were thinking about our aims, we were changing our tools and materials, and we were going along. So, and what we agree with, what we argue is that it was the combination of synchronous and asynchronous education and the combination of digital and traditional materials that make the difference. So let me explain. I know it's all Greek to you, but I could explain what is this. This is the weekly planning for a concept. So we are teaching adding strategies. These are the 5 teaching hours during the week. And this is what we do in the classroom. This is what we assign for the homework. So there was a combination between the 2 of them. We taught in the classroom synchronous, and we gave also exercises at home through Edmodo. And let's see a paradigm of what we did. So when we're teaching a new concept, we used synchronous education, and in the first phase of the exploration phase, what we did was that we developed dynamic digital tools. And this was a very, very difficult thing to do because it takes a lot of time. So teachers built, I would like to use the word build presentations. So the school bus was moving, the students were moving on the screen because we needed to have objects, moving objects for A graders, 6-year-olds, to understand what it means to split 4 in 1 and 3. So this helped a lot, and it was very playful and attracted their interest. And we combined this with their books, what they had at home, and what they used to practice and to read and write. And these were also combined with digital dynamic tools. So, for example, when we're going to representation, to mathematical representation of 8 plus 5, we also used the arithmetic line. And these paper clips were moving, so students could play on the screen. And we also used units, moving units, so they could understand how many units you could add, stepping at the number 10. And then there was time for practice. So we learned, we understood, and then let's see what we could done by ourselves. So these are, again, their book, and students were working at home. At the same time, the teacher was there. So after they finished, they could go back to the screen and they could say what they did, and they could correct. And the teacher had the book on the screen, and she could write on the screen, and so the students could correct. And of course, there was the asynchronous, when the students need to practice. Student uploaded the exercise, actually she made an assignment, and the students could either print and fill in, or they could fill on the screen. This is what the students sent back. And of course, there was the important feedback from the teacher. So well done, or bravo, or so they could continue. And of course, there was a lot of games. These are 3 different screenshots. So they were practicing and reviewing together with their teacher. Balloons were something they liked very much. And this is again, something for home practice. And this is what I can do. And I think that the one important thing was that there was a help, an instant help that the student could take. The teacher on the other side could see which students did it. And the teacher could also see which exercises each student did, and the teacher could also see how many right answers each student had. So after that, we tried at the end. We tried to see what happened and what the students felt about it. So we asked 560 students from the 3rd grade to the 6th, up to the 6th grade, nearly half and half, boys and girls, and we tried to make it very easy for them. So it's interesting that students had previously used something we didn't expect. Used synchronous platform. They had half of them. They have used Edmodo and e-exercises. So there was a previous use. Well, this we knew. Everybody did their homework. The thing is that the students felt that they were at school. So whatever assignment the teacher uploaded, the students did. So we have very high percentages of doing their homework. And of course, 84% connected at Blackboard. So how easy it was to use? Interestingly, Edmodo was more easy to use, maybe because it was Facebook-like, maybe they were using it more before. Instead of Blackboard and the exercises. Again, there was no statistical difference between students according to their age. Actually, when I did that, I was expecting that you know, young students would have more difficulties, but there was no significant differences between them on how they felt about the easiness of tools.
Sorry to interrupt, one more minute.
Sorry? They did use help, okay? And they say that they exercises helped them, okay? Most of them felt that help helped them. Yes, they did the teacher's comments, and on Blackboard, they did need help many times. So half of them had problems. Actually, technical problems was something that came up a lot. Mostly microphones. I can understand why. Microphones, I can hear, I can speak, I can be heard. Interesting answers from the students were these. We asked them, what did you like the most?
Hello, you have to wrap up, please. Yes.
Yeah, I'm finishing off. So they liked the communication. 20% said that they liked the most that they were at home. And for example, you could see, I could see my friends, I could see my teacher. They meant on the camera, I could raise my hand. And what they didn't like, there were some that they said there was nothing I didn't like. And most of them talked about technical issues. So, for example, if you didn't have a good connection, when I couldn't talk, I was sitting on a chair for long, and I couldn't, I was away from my friends. And I think that I took this as a last, because I thought it was very funny. So once I pretended that my microphone was not working, and you could imagine what happened next. In general, there were positive feelings and positive response from the students. So we are ready to go, to continue, and for new challenges to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please stay for the questions and discussion in the end of the session. A very interesting example. We have seen examples from different level of education and how we are dealing the pandemic. We have some questions also for you on the chat, and I will address them all in the end of the session. We move forward to Maria Baruta. The title is From the Electroscope to Cosmic Rays. It's an example of how we could introduce Nobel Prize physics in the primary school, something I wish it was done when I was in primary school, and maybe I would have learned physics better. So, Ms. Baruta, the floor is yours.
Hello. Hello to everyone. Are you listening to me? It's okay? Are you listening?
Yes, yes, we can see and hear you very well. Thank you.
All right, great. So I'm gonna share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, yes.
All right, okay. So hello, everyone. We're really happy to be here with you today. My name is Maria Baruta, and with my colleague Panagiotis Kanigis, we're going to present you a lesson plan we designed during our participation in Frontier Summer School this July, and it's called From the Electroscope to Cosmic Rays. Of course, we were inspired from the Playing with Protons program, which uses simple materials for experiments in physics. So it's about the construction, the use and the utility of the electroscope, and the topics included are static electricity, the electroscope and the electroscope discharge time, and the detection of cosmic rays. We tried to connect something which is in our curricular with the cosmic rays, which is really interesting for students. And this lesson plan can be implemented in the 5th grade of primary school with 11-year-old students, and it was designed for 2 hours. It's an experiment in the classroom according to the inquiry-based form of learning, and the teacher is going to demonstrate and implement the electroscopes experiment with the students in the classroom, and then give the students the stimulus to think about cosmic rays interaction through historical facts and data we have so far. So we're going to use simple materials to do the experiment, and of course we're going to talk about the prior knowledge that students have to know, the atom structure, and some basic rules about the static electricity, that opposite charges attract and like charges repel each other, and that when we rub a plastic straw in a tissue, the straw is negatively charged and the tissue is positively charged. So we need to know, of course, the teachers need to know the atom structure, and that we have the nucleus containing neutrons and protons, and they are surrounded by electrons. But protons are positively charged and the electrons are negatively charged particles. Of course, we have to know about static electricity, the construction, the use and the utility of the electroscope, and of course, what is electroscope discharge time, and what cosmic rays are, and how we detect cosmic rays using an electroscope. We decided to use two demonstrators, two videos showing the first one, the electroscope discharge time. So students can realize what it is and how we can do that. Of course, they can try it with their bare hands. You know, when we do the experiment, they can actually see that happening. And the second video is going to be about cosmic rays, includes the concept of cosmic rays, presenting the historical facts about the detection in 1912 from Victor S. using the electroscope to detect cosmic rays. So let's start with a presentation for students. What we're going to do in the classroom. First, we're going to remember what's a nucleus and what we said before, that contains neutrons and protons, which are positively charged, the protons, and the electrons, which are negatively charged. And then talk about electricity, static electricity, and the basic rules. We have two objects with static charges can attract or repel each other. If the charges are the same, they both positive or negative, they repel. So if they are different, they attract. This is what students need to know. And after remember all these things, we have to figure some more things out. We're going to do the experiment using really simple materials. We're going to use a glass jar, 2 aluminum foil leaves, scissors, a copper wire, cardboard, tape, a tissue, and a straw. So the first step, we're going to have to bend the copper wire at one edge and attach the 2 aluminum foil leaves. After that, we have to cover the glass jar with a cardboard, stabilize it with a tape, and make a small hole to insert the copper wire with the aluminum foil leaves inside. And the last step is to rub the straw on the tissue and then get the straw close to the edge of the copper wire, which is outside the glass jar. After doing that, we have to ask the students, what do they observe? And what do you think is that happening? So we can have their ideas. We can use the brainstorming method to write down all their ideas. And after concluding somewhere, we can write our conclusions down so they can find out themselves what's going on. We can show them this picture and tell them that their electroscope should be something like that to have an idea what they should have made. And after that, we can move on and say, okay, we charge this. How about discharging it? And this is the point that they can try it themselves by touching it with their bare hand, the copper wire. So they will see that the foil leaves will come together again, will stop attract each other. And after that, they can express their ideas again and use the brainstorming method once again and write their conclusions down. After that, we can have a look at the video with historical facts and data we have so far about Victor Hess, who tried to board a flying balloon during an eclipse. And he found out that radiation actually increased at greater altitudes. The sun could not be its source, so something is happening with this whole thing. And where does the radiation come from? Students can think and express their opinions and their thoughts about that. And we can talk a little bit more about cosmic rays and what it is. So if we want to get it a bit further, we can do some cross-curricular approach with arts, which is really interesting, like asking how do cosmic rays sound like? It's an activity that can be implemented using a musical instrument or a sonification software. And something simpler about using arts. How do we imagine cosmic rays? Can you paint it, for example? And this is, I think, a really interesting way to engage in modern physics in the classroom and connect it with physics curricular we have in school. So this is what we thought to do. Thank you very much for your time and attention. And we'd like to answer to all questions or whatever you have to find out. Of course, we would like to thank Mr. Chiniotakis for his support and his help, and the whole Playing with Proton team, Dr. Angelopoulos and Alexopoulos, and Herouvis for their support. And really excited to work on this kind of activities for primary education.
Thank you very much. And ahead of time, thank you for this. Please stay connected for any questions that may come up. And now from primary physics in Greece, we move to, I'm afraid I want to say the name correctly, Natalia Bedinsky from Serbia, from Petro Kuzminac School. Who is going to present 3D printing, examples of 3D printing in an online classroom. Hello, the floor is yours.
Hello, hello. Just a second.
We can hear you. Yes. You will have to try and share the screen also.
Yes. Okay, do you see my screen?
Not for the moment.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Now it starts to share.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we can start.
Perfect. Yes, yes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Today, I will present possibilities of 3D printing technology in online classroom. I work as a math teacher, and the focus of my interest are innovation in education and technology, using technology in the classroom. And recently, I started to use 3D printing technology in math lessons, connecting abstract mathematical content with real-life solutions. This global pandemic situation influenced on those activities, and they were reduced, but not completely, because we find some alternatives how to apply 3D printing in the classroom. So firstly, I will talk more about 3D printing in general, how it looks like in the math classroom, and what are the good sides and benefits from this technology in the classroom. So recently, 3D printing in general becomes available in manufacturing today. It offers awesome results and possibilities to create almost everything, from small objects to houses and medical implants. And the use of 3D printing in everyday life in production is increasing. So that is why the 3D printing should find its place in education. Making, for example, 3D solid objects from a digital file is a really exciting learning experience. Students learn a lot from those activities, not just the theoretical content, but also other skills like communication, collaboration, use of technology, and so on. So there is a saying that the picture is worth of 1,000 words, but the prototype is worth of 1,000 pictures. So this quote illustrates how much 3D printing is a powerful tool for education. To transfer ideas to the realistic, useful objects, students need to model, use different techniques, and prepare files for 3D printing. For example, students want to 3D print geometrical solids, platonic solids, some mathematical object, model of Pythagoras theorem, or so on. So firstly, they need to know what the platonic solids, for example, are, then how to model them, and then how to, after modeling, how to prepare that file for 3D printing, and finally use the 3D printing and bring their idea to the reality. So besides mathematics and technology, which are required by the curriculum in Serbia, but also in other countries, students develop creativity and critical thinking. So in many schools, students guided by their teachers had an opportunity to explore the world of 3D printing. So 3D printing are entering in the schools and becoming a tool that can be used in the classes. So for example, there are several stages of 3D printing prior to the final product. For example, to 3D printing the tetrahedron in the figure below, we have, you can see that this tetrahedron is made from paper. It is folded by origami techniques, but if we want to use 3D printing and print the same object from the plastic, then we need to model it in some program. For example, I use a lot the GeoGebra. It is a free educational software because it very good features. It has a lot of users among teachers, among students, university students, because it connect geometry and algebra and developing constantly. So it has many good features and advanced features like virtual reality or augmented reality feature, or preparing files for 3D printing. So students very easily model, for example, tetrahedron. It also had the option of 3D representation of objects. And then this is how they prepare this file after modeling as a STL file. It's a file that is convenient for 3D printer. Then they put from the SD card to the printer, and printer make this tetrahedron from this material, these fillers, which are bioplastic. So in this picture, you can see my students that are going through those phases, and this is the last phase when we use our 3D printer. We got the 3D printer from Johannes Kepler University from Linz, because they are developing this kind of pedagogical approaches, innovative pedagogical approaches. So I had the opportunity and my students to see and to practice on this kind of very novel technology. So beside the GeoGebra, preparing files can be done in Sketchpad or Tinkercad. Tinkercad is also one program that is adjusted for students, so they can easily prepare models for printing, or Thingiverse, which is the base of already prepared different kind of files to print different kind of objects. So they can use already prepared objects for some of their activities. For example, this is one model of windmills. It was a project that I conducted with my students. The project was about sustainability and sustainable energy. You can see one picture is windmills in the field. School is those windmills are near the school, so students are familiar with them. They are going almost every day. When they are going to school, they see them. And then we made this model by using 3D printing. So we had to recreate the real object from their real life into the 3D printing model and make this model in the classroom. Also, we made first steps in entrepreneurship, where students were printing accessories like pendants, and then they were preparing for it. It was like for International Women's Day, when students were giving those pendants as a present to the female teachers. So we use this, maybe you can see it's Tree of Life, which is kind of a symbolic it's a symbol of many things, but it's also mathematical content. It can be connected to fractals. Future of 3D printing is very bright, and something like this quote that 3D printing kidney today, it looks something like trying to build an iPhone with the Lego bricks, but we are at the beginning of the 3D printing era. But if we start to introduce 3D printing in the schools, it will have the opportunity to develop even quicker, because students will be familiar, and maybe many jobs will be opened in that field and so on. So it will develop rapidly. For example, there are also some attempts to 3D print clothes or 3D print parts for car production. So it's very, very, very bright future. As I said, that global pandemic situation really make almost impossible to apply 3D printing in the online classroom. But as my students like this 3D printing activities very much, we find a way that they were modeling at home and sending me 3D printing files. So I was printing for them. And we were discussing if something didn't go well, then they were adjusting their basic files. So we were, basically applying this approach in online surrounding. It was much harder than in real life settings, but we somehow managed to do it even in an online setting. So it is also 3D printing is very important for professional development of students. We had the opportunity to visit a startup company in Belgrade, where the startup company is 3D printing medical devices, or also we were working on the including girls in 3D printing and developing interesting toward this kind of activities, because we know that the girls are maybe less interested in STEM subjects and subjects that are related to the technology. So this is what is the plan for 2030, that beside the content that students learn in school, they need to develop also different kind of skills and acquire different values and attitudes that will help them to be successful in their future life. So 3D printing, since it's very complex, really contributes to those requirements. So creating new values, reconciling tensions and dilemmas, and taking responsibilities. So we are, as I already said, we are at the beginning, and how to design a studying program with the 3D printing, we need to educate the teachers as well as students. So together, because teachers are also new in this concept, so together they can bring result and contribute to the general 3D printing development. So, yeah, that would be from my side of story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Budinsky, for sharing your experience from your school in Serbia. I'm afraid that the please stay also for any questions that may come up on the chat of YouTube. Since we are missing the next speakers, we will move to, again, sorry if mispronounced the last name, Anya Tsura from the Autonomous University of Barcelona, who is going to present the language assessment and virtual mobility initiatives, teachers' beliefs. And if I'm not wrong, the main focus is virtual exchanges, something that it is much needed in these new challenging times we are facing. So, Ms. Tsura, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see the screen?
We can see the screen, but I would suggest for you to speak up.
Okay.
It's not loud enough.
Okay, is it better now?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, and there's no need to apologize for mispronouncing the name because you were spot on. Okay, so in this presentation, I'm going to discuss a small portion of a larger project on assessment in virtual assessment. This is an EU-funded project I'm conducting with Melinda Dooley. And even though the study involves foreign language teachers and in tertiary level, I think that the results might be relevant also to teachers of other subjects in primary and secondary education. And even though virtual exchange is not the same as distant or remote learning, I think they do share some common features, and the results might be also inspirational for teachers who are nowadays forced to teach online. Today, I'd like to explain what virtual exchange is and why assessment can be viewed as a challenging activity. Later on, I say just a few words about the AssessNet project, and I show you the website. And I walked you through the research, so the objectives, methodology, and the results. And we'll end with conclusions and practical implications. Okay, so here we have virtual exchange. So it's also termed as telecollaboration, intercultural online learning, exchange, collaborative online international learning. The last term is usually used in the States. And this mode of learning entails the engagement of groups of students in online intercultural exchange, interaction, and collaboration with peers from partner classes in geographically distant locations under the guidance of educators and or expert facilitators. So here in red, I highlighted some words that somehow define virtual exchange. So it's intercultural, so it involves students from different cultural backgrounds who interact, they cooperate in order to complete certain tasks. And this exchange is not informal. It's usually somehow supervised, organized and supervised by teachers or facilitators. When I ask my research participants why they decided to start a virtual exchange project, they often say that they wanted to give the students an opportunity to use the language in a more practical way, and also to raise their intercultural competences. However, in the literature, we can find that virtual exchange also has the potential to enhance students' digital literacies, transferable skills, learn autonomy, and also in case of vocational schools and higher education, professional skills. For instance, virtual exchange is very often used in teacher education courses. And in my study, I focused on university level teachers. However, virtual exchange is gaining popularity in this mode of education only recently. At the beginning, eTwinning program, so a European Union program for schools, primary, secondary school, contributed to the popularity of virtual exchange that can be asynchronous or synchronous in mainstream education. And here in yellow, we have a number of different tools, open source tools that can be used to facilitate virtual exchange. Obviously, the number of tools is countless. I just mentioned the most popular ones. And whereas in the literature, we can find quite a lot about course design, we don't really, little is said about assessment. So how this process, how this mode of learning should be assessed. And it's not as easy as it sounds. First of all, assessment is one of the most difficult aspects of teaching. And in virtual exchange, the question is how. So what should be assessed? Should we focus on the content? Should we focus on interculturality? Should we focus on digital skills? And also, sorry, that was what and how. So how should it be done? Should we assess only the end product, or maybe we should focus on the whole process of learning during an exchange, which usually lasts 2, 3, 4 months? Should the students be awarded credits for their participation in this time-consuming activity? Should the performance be graded? And again, is it possible to assess virtual exchange in the same way as in-class teaching? So this is what we're going to find out. The AssessNet project, this is, as I said, a project founded by European Union. I'm cooperating with Melinda Dooley, and at the moment we're collecting data and analyzing data. However, we also plan to devise a guidebook for teachers on how to assess. Also, we are hoping to collect a number of good practices to help teachers imagine how assessment could be organized in this mode of teaching. This is our website, and here, hopefully this time next year, you will find the resources for teachers here. We're going to update the website on an ongoing basis. So if you're interested in virtual exchange, please have a look at the website. So today, very quickly, I'm going to talk about teachers' beliefs about the objectives of assessment and about assessment practices. So here the question is whether the teachers tend to focus on formative or summative objectives and practices. And also I'd like to show you the different tools that teachers use to assess student learning in virtual exchange. The data was collected by means of an online questionnaire available in 4 languages. There were 55 participants at tertiary level. I have to say that most of the participants are experienced language teachers, and they have a vast experience in virtual exchange. As you can see, they teach a wide variety of languages, and this study doesn't refer to a particular context. Virtual exchange is intercultural, so here we have intercultural or cross-national study as well. Here we have the beliefs, the results concerning the beliefs about the objectives of assessment. And in pink, I highlighted the answer with the lowest mean. So the objective of assessment in virtual exchange is to assign letter or numeric grade. This is a Likert scale from 1 to 5, where 1 indicates strongly disagree and 5 indicates strongly agree. So as you can see here, definitely teachers do not perceive grading as an ultimate goal of assessment, and grades motivate students to actively participate in a V project. Again, the result is quite low, although here the teachers tend to agree that well, assessment or sometimes grading is necessary to encourage students' participation. In green, we have the highest, the statements that got the highest scores. So as you can see, assessment helps students to observe their own progress in a virtual exchange project and helps to identify students' learning needs. It's also very useful for the teachers because assessment helps them modify their project on an ongoing basis. So here the objectives are beneficial both for the students and the planning process. Here we're moving on to the results that focus on beliefs about assessment practices. And again, in pink, we have the statements with the lowest mean. So it's sufficient to assess students' learning at the end of the virtual exchange project. So teachers tend to disagree with that. Language gains in virtual exchange should be assessed by means of a test, and students do not have sufficient L2 competence to self-assess their own learning in virtual exchange. Again, teachers tend to disagree. And the highest means were observed in terms of the points that emphasize the process approach to assessing a virtual exchange project. Also, here we have in this point the teachers want to assess students in a good way by providing them detailed criteria about virtual assignments, and also that self-reflection is an important element of assessment in virtual exchange. Here we have the frequency of tools the teachers actually use. So we are moving on from beliefs to more practical aspects. And as we can see, student presentations and written reports in which students usually reflect on the whole experience, as well as transcripts of written exchanges, are the most popular and most frequently used tools. And here we have again a written test. It's hardly ever used to assess student learning in virtual exchange. When it comes to the conclusions, we can see that the teachers tend to focus on formative assessment objectives and practices. And as one of the teachers said in an interview, I teach in a non-traditional way, so I need non-traditional effective assessment. So we can't really transfer traditional assessment in the classroom to virtual exchange. Another important thing that emerged from the results is the fact that teachers emphasize the importance of reflection in the assessment process. Reflection, it can be done on an ongoing basis in the reports, in portfolios, e-portfolios, diaries, and also reflection was one of the themes of this conference. So this is, I think, a very important finding. And also reflection is important because most of the learning takes place outside the classroom. So it's also informative for teachers to know what the students have achieved and what they've learned and how they feel about it. Virtual exchange focuses on cooperation, interaction, intercultural skills, is task-based by nature. And I would say that the assessment goals and practices reflect the objectives of virtual exchange. So on the basis of the answers, it can be said that they seem to be valid. Also, the teachers use diverse and predominantly formative assessment tools. And as I said, virtual exchange is not equal to distant education. However, I think that some of the tools, some of the objectives of assessment in virtual exchange can be also implemented in distant education, especially the role of reflection and the role of authentic assessment. So thank you very much for your time and attention. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them afterwards.
Thank you so much. Again, I was about to notify you that you had 1 minute left, but you were perfectly on time. Thank you for this. With this presentation, we conclude the session. We had very interesting examples of different levels and experiences. We had some questions on the chat on YouTube. The first one was addressed to Anne-Dominique Salamon from the University of Applied Sciences. We had a question about what has been the highest contributor to costs of MOOC, and what measures do you have in place for invigilating online assessment?
Hi, thanks for the question. The first question was about cost, if I understand. It's the directorate who decide to invest 300,000 francs in the project and to develop those MOOCs. This is for the first question. And sometimes there are other fundings when we develop MOOCs with other schools or other institutions. So there are outside fundings too. So this is for the first question. The second question was about assessments.
What measures do you have in place for invigilating online assessment?
We have two kinds of assessments, like everyone normally in MOOCs. The first kind of assessment is quite normal, if you can say that. It's just quizzes, like everybody does. And the other thing is to develop different work that is assessed by other participants. This is called peer grading. We use the group function in Moodle that we have a little bit change the functionalities of this function, and the system will attribute to each participant 3 works to assess with a grid developed by the professors who participated to the MOOC. So basically, it's the two kinds of assessment we developed.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We had also a question from Mrs. Vavouraki. The question is, what kind of device was used by the students in such an early age? Was it a tablet, a laptop, and who provided them? Was it the school?
This was very difficult for some families because we had families with 2-3 kids. So it was a very difficult situation to deal with. And they had to do distance education at the same time. So actually, depending on the family, some of them used computers, laptops, desktops, iPads, whatever they had. And in some cases, especially when they had, in many students, in many kids, used whatever they had, and they found all the iPads. And the good thing was that Blackboard could be used just clicking on the link. So they didn't have actually to download the application. So this fact helped them all to use whatever they had.
Okay, thank you. And we have a question mainly for the two presentations, Ms. Vavouraki and Ms. Nakhchivan, if I'm not pronouncing it wrongly. You presented the results about the motivation and what the students thought about it. Is there any feedback about the challenges and the feedback from the teachers? Because this was a real challenge for them also.
Is it me that I could
Yes,
answer?
yes.
Okay. Well, we had a lot of hectic times. It was very difficult. It was very difficult because it was very new. And we had young students in front of us, well, at a distance. At first, it was very difficult. I think that the one thing that helped us was the collaboration between us. So for each classroom, we had 6 teachers, and actually the school gave us 3 more teachers for each classroom to help us build the material and develop the educational digital material, because it was a lot of, it needed a lot of time and effort to build online drag and drop presentations and dynamic presentations in order to have the sense of touching and moving and using objects to learn. So I don't, well, actually we didn't do a research on the teachers. We'll do this year.
I know that you had immediate feedback from them in any case. Lara, what was your feedback that you had with you said that you prepared the presentation with your teacher. What were the challenges for the teachers in the secondary school?
We did not look at the, we didn't create a study for the student, we only created a study for the students, and we didn't look at the difficulties that the teachers faced. This is the reason why I can't really make a comment about it. And my teacher also didn't really speak too much about the difficulties that he experienced, but I can only speak about the attitudes of the students. So that is all I can say. Okay,
thank you very much. The situation, I don't know if it is getting worse or better, but again, the challenge is that the whole school community, teachers, students, parents, people working with schools, these are true issues, true problems that we are facing again. Schools all around Europe and in the world are closing up. The examples that we have shared from different experiences in primary, secondary, and tertiary education, I think and hope that will help us in our work in everyday school life. I would like to thank each and every one of you for your participation, and thank you very, very much. It was a pleasure to meet virtually. I hope next year we can also meet in person in a new conference and exchange our experiences also. And I would like to inform the people that are watching on YouTube that we have a half an hour break. And in the main YouTube video, there is in half an hour a session on innovative school projects from Greek schools, while there will be a new workshop on playing with protons in half an hour also. And again, thank you very, very much. If I get any more feedback and questions, I will feel free to contact you and continue this discussion virtually. Thank you for your time. Keep safe, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was really great.
Thank you. So half an hour break, and we will meet again online. Thank you.
Μπορούμε να μείνουμε στο κανάλι αυτό ή πρέπει να φύγουμε?
Μ' ακούς, Νίκο? Νίκο, ακούγομαι? Ακούς, Νίκο? Νίκο, ακούγομαι?
Ναι, ναι, ναι.
Και εμένα.
Ναι.
Και τη Γεωργία. Νίκο και η Γεωργία.
Γεωργία Φέρμελη, ακούγεται.
Ακούγομαι.
Ναι.
Και εμένα. Ναι. Και τη Γεωργία. 2. Προσπαθούμε να μας επιβεβαιώσεις. Νίκο και Γεωργία.
Γεωργία Φέρμελη, ακούγεται.
Ακούγομαι, εντάξει. Ωραία. Η πρώτη εισηγήτρια, η κυρία Τοπολιάτη, είναι μέσα ήδη?
Όχι.
Όχι,
Όχι.
Ναι. Και τη Γεωργία. 2. Προσπαθούμε να μας επιβεβαιώσεις.
Γεωργία Φέρμελη, ακούγεται.
Ακούγομαι, εντάξει. Η πρώτη εισηγήτρια, η κυρία Τοπολιάτη, είναι μέσα ήδη?